contact between the two of them. Oh, there's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Sherry Powell and Campbell Pilling. Hello and welcome everyone to the first round of the 2023 Daniel Ricciardo Series. We are at Shenington, 6 miles west of Banbury for this first round of this season. It's a dry day, albeit a little bit blustery out there, but the first of 7 compelling rounds to this year's championship. For those that aren't familiar with the series, 3 classes, our DRS 62s, the youngest of our 3 groups of drivers, the DRS 100s, the junior category, and the DRS 125s, the senior drivers amongst our competitors. As we said, 7 rounds of this year's championship. We start here in Oxfordshire at one of the most historic kart racing circuits in the UK. Shenington has been hosting top-level kart racing events, British Championship kart racing events since the 1960s. And it's one of the classics, isn't it, when we look at British kart racing circuits. A pleasure to be here with the series this weekend. The first time we've been here for many of a year as well. It's an old airbase here at Shenington, an old airfield, and it's a great mix of high speed, high momentum corners, just with a couple of tricky technical sections thrown in as well. We'll take you around this Shenington circuit throughout the day and talk to you about the ins and outs of what makes it one of the most thrilling circuits on the calendar this year. In terms of where we go from here, we head over to, or down to Wales for round 2 at Landau. That's in late May, just around about a month's time before we head to our most southerly circuit in Clay Pigeon for round 3 on the 24th and 25th of June. We then head up to the northwest to Houghton Park in mid-July before a return not far from here actually to Little Rissington, another of those great historic kart circuits. That's over into August, end of August, and then up back to North Wales, Glanigors, into September for the penultimate round of the championship, which all comes to a conclusion at Wilton Mill on the 7th and 8th of October. That's the calendar. You'll be able to join us live through our YouTube channel and our Facebook page. You can watch all the action here if you don't manage to be with us here at Shenington. And before too long, the action will get underway. We'll talk you through the process of the day just about 5 or 6 minutes before we start the first on-track action. And that on-track action is through the DRS 100 class, the junior class of our 3 groups of drivers. They are split into 2 groups, and that is just purely because of the volume of drivers we have in our DRS 100 category. 11 to 16 years old, these young drivers, and they are split into a Group A or a Group B. So it will be the Group A drivers who head onto circuit to start their qualifying session. So all of the drivers in the series get a time qualifying on the morning of every race day, 8 minutes to post their fastest possible time, and that will give them a grid position for the first heat. So the DRS Group A are on the dummy grid, which is just down below us here in the commentary position, just getting themselves ready for their qualifying session. As we said before, it's a dry day. I think it's set fair throughout, but there is quite a stiff breeze around this Shenington circuit at the moment. So that's just something for the drivers to consider, and we'll talk about why that's so important at different areas of this circuit as we go through the day. So the DRS groups A and B. Now the only time they actually get together is for the main final, so they will line themselves up just within their category. It'll either be Group A or Group B for the qualifying session, also for the first heat and indeed the pre-final. And then all of a sudden, they'll come up against drivers that they've not seen all day for the main final. It's a process that worked really well during the 2022 championship and certainly has led to some fantastically entertaining racing as well. So 25 past the hour is the start time for the DRS 100 Group A. Let's have a look at the driver entries this year. So we've got a mixture of drivers who've been part of the series before, drivers who've been very successful in the series before, and some new drivers as well. You'll see the yellow plated drivers are the more experienced drivers who've been part of the series previously, and those drivers wearing black number plates you can just see in the background there, the 133 of Xander Hughes. They're the drivers that are effectively our rookie drivers, the first year of competition within the Daniel Ricciardo Series. So they all line themselves up. This is Group A, remember, so we'll just have a quick look through the drivers we expect to be towards the sharp end. Now, one of those will certainly be Charlie Ratford as we get away from Daniela Sutton. So Charlie Ratford and Daniela Sutton, two drivers that we know well here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series, and two drivers that we know are very competitive indeed, as we look down to the 169 of Jack Robinson. So many of the supporters of the series who are regular watchers of the Daniel Ricciardo Series, either live or throughout our YouTube and Facebook series, will know that name because Jack Robinson was one of the front runners in the DRS 62 class, has now made the step up to DRS 100, and it'll be interesting to see how he fares with that transition between the different categories. Remember, in the Daniel Ricciardo Series, all of the engines, all of the chassis, all of the tyres, all standardised, the fuel standardised, so it's very much a series that develops driver ability, a series that ensures that we see the capabilities of those drivers, and a series that certainly in 2022 gave us the opportunity to watch drivers develop throughout the year, and it was particularly interesting to see how those drivers improved and how they honed their skills through the DRS Academy and through the support of the DRS team over the race weekends. And that will be no different, I'm sure, throughout 2023. So as the clock ticks down then, and the drivers just start to prepare themselves as we look down to the likes of Ben Hoy and the 136 of Maximilian Reed. So what goes through the mindset now? Well, it's the first competitive action they've had all weekend, so they'll have had plenty of time to be out there on circuit, getting used to this Shenington racetrack. They'll have plenty of time to work on their setup, to work on the little tweaks that they can make to these DRS karts, and we're just seeing a little bit of that there. So a brand new set of boots as well for Jack Robinson, and he's just having the pressures changed in those tyres, or the pressure's just checked in those tyres. So those tyres will take a couple of, well, it's probably take about a lap and a half to really come to their optimum operating temperature. You can see the gloss on the tyre there, which shows you how new they are before the chemical reaction between tarmac and rubber takes effect. This will be interesting, won't it? Is Jack Robinson one of the favourites for this DRS 100 championship this year? Certainly based on his performance in the DRS 62 class last year. You wouldn't be surprised, would you? So let's see how they sort themselves out. So we've got Robinson and Daniela Sutton on the front row. Don't read too much into that because this is purely about the lap time that they can deliver within an 8-minute time frame. I'm not really interested in them overtaking each other. It's just who can produce that one lap that they need to top the timesheets. So lots of subplots, especially with this DRS 100 class. Lots of subplots because of the groups A and B. Lots of interesting themes that can go on throughout a race weekend. Certainly expect DRS 100s to be, let's be brutally honest, to probably give us the most entertaining racing in 2022. They probably gave us the closest racing in 2022. I remember the A final at Houghton Park being a particular barnstormer of an event. Won by Maximilian Salarski last season. We've just got one that's still on the dummy grid there. So Ben Hoy, the 161, just some sort of technical problem for him by the looks of it. And the other thing to bear in mind is 8 minutes isn't an awful long time out there, considering that we've pretty much already had a minute of that time, and they've only just managed to get round and complete a warm-up lap, a formation lap if you like. And they've got to generate as much heat as they possibly can into those tyres. Make sure brake pads and discs are up to operating temperature. Oh, it looks like Ben Hoy has got a problem, and it looks like it's probably one that isn't going to be fixed straight away, as he sits fairly disconsolately in the seat. So, early pace setter is Charlie Ratford. No surprises there. Third place in last year's championship. Sutton second fastest on their out lap. Jack Robinson third fastest. Benjamin Baker, another driver who we've seen plenty of. And then Isaac Kite, the 145, is fifth fastest at the moment. The 151 of Ruby Smith, sixth fastest. And then it is Maximilian Reed, seventh fastest. Right then, so they've got a second flying lap underway. Now, interestingly, there's three that have gone out almost together here. So the front three on track, even though that's not really relevant to us right now, are almost pulling each other round. So the likes of Robinson and Ratford and Sutton all dragging each other around at the moment. So we've completed a couple of laps here. There's 5.5 minutes to go, and the fastest driver out there at the moment is Freddie Farrell. So the 160 of Freddie Farrell, a 45.248 as we go through Wilkins, one of the most famous corners in UK kart racing. Plenty of championship won or lost there over the years. So yeah, I'm just looking at Ratford and Sutton and Robinson, who are all just dragging each other around at the moment. And it's interesting, isn't it? We've spoke about this many times in the Daniel Ricciardo series. We've talked about qualifying sessions and how is it really relevant for you to be out there for the full 8 minutes? We've seen some drivers that have just held on, especially in the DRS 125s, where they've just held on a little bit and not gone out at the start of the session. Interesting today, the circuit is fairly green. We're fairly close to the start of the kart racing season in the UK. An awful lot of rubber down. The temperature certainly isn't particularly warm today. So the circuit's probably going to come back to the drivers as the day goes on. Expect it to heat up ever so slightly in terms of track temperature, and there will be a little bit more rubber laid. Let's have a little look then. So one driver below the 45-second barrier, which is Maximilian Reed. So Reed is fastest. Second is the rookie driver of Jacob Milkarski. Third is the 169 of Jack Robinson. And Sutton goes faster, so 44.8 for Daniela Sutton. So they are certainly picking up pace here. They are certainly going a little quicker. I mean, what have they completed? 4 or 5 laps of this Shenington circuit. You see the drivers flick through the chicane, probably the toughest bit, the Bruno chicane here at Shenington, probably the most technical aspect of this corner, over Wilkins, which is where the likes of Sutton are now. He's very fast on the way in, he slides away from you on the exit, and then the exit really tightens, which can come as a little bit of a surprise. Any change this time? No, Isaac Kite moves up to 4th, so it's Sutton, Reed, Robinson. Kite. Where is Charlie Ratford? So Charlie Ratford currently 8th as Farrell goes fastest, 44.88, and then Reed outdoes Farrell, 44.872. So just by around about 16 hundredths of a second, Maximilian Reed is the new fastest driver out there, and between 1st and 8th, under 0.2 of a second. So this is a great indication of what we are likely to see from the DRS 100s this year. Very close, very equally matched. Who is going to have the best of the racecrafts? Who can plot and plan their way through heats and finals? So Reed, Farrell, Sutton, Robinson, Kite. Milzarski is 6th, then Benjamin Baker, Charlie Ratford, Ruby Smith 9th. Chicole is 10th, and then Daxton Groves 11th. A little bit slower than Daxton would have expected, I'm sure, at this point. The 153 in behind them. Alexander Hughes 13th fastest. The 1-2-1 of Hudson Cross is 14th fastest, and just at the back of the field at the moment, Henry Poran's door as Farrell then 44.831, fastest lap out there at the moment, Freddie Farrell. Number 160. I'm just going to try and find him on circuit, just see where he is. Let's just have a little look as they stream past us here at the Cafe corner. What have we got left for time then? So we've got 55 seconds here. And we've got down to start another lap. In fact, the ones that have just gone over the line, which includes this group of Daniel Sutton, they've got 2 more laps as Ratford moves up to 4th. So closely matched, less than 1/10 of a second now covers the top 6. Farrell, Reed, Sutton, Ratford, Robinson and Kite. Absolutely nothing between them here. Daxton Groves does his personal best of 45.6, which is 0.8 slower than Freddie Farrell. Down in 11th place. Farrell fastest out there at the moment as we come towards the end then of the session. Last few seconds, so anyone that gets over the line now will get another lap, and the likes of, so I'm just seeing this group of drivers just coming through Cafe now, it includes Sutton and Robinson. And the 167 of Baker as well. Actually on my entrance there. I'm not sure why he's not, but the rest of them stream into Parc Fermé. So we might get a little flurry at the end here, and we have got a little flurry because Isaac Kite has gone fastest on the last lap. 44.7 for Isaac Kite. Now, what does this group do that they're coming through to complete? They're on the hanger straight now. They're coming to Wilkins. Will there be any improvement from these drivers? They come through Wilkins and head down over start finish. Here they come then. Anybody go faster? No, they don't. Isaac Kite then. Fastest, he left it late, didn't he? Isaac Kite, fastest with a 44.789, 12 hundredths of a second faster than Freddie Farrell. Maximilian Reed, 3rd fastest. Daniel Sutton, 4th fastest. Charlie Ratford, 5th fastest. 1/10 of a second split the top 5. Jack Robinson, a very solid debut qualifying session for him in DRS 100 into 6th place. 7th was Jacob Milzarski, and then Benjamin Baker, Daxton Groves and Ruby Smith. So Daxton Groves found a little bit of pace at the end of the session. Look how close the times are. So what, 2/10 separates the top 6 here. Fantastic stuff from the Group A drivers in DRS 100. They all head into Parc Fermé, where they will all be subject to the post-session scrutineering checks, the likes of, they'll be weighed, they'll make sure they all make the required minimum weight. There may be tests around compliance with things like engines, carburetors, tyres, fuel, for example. And very shortly, the second of our DRS 100 group will be on circuit. Around about 10 minutes time, so there is a little bit of a gap between the two sessions. What we do at the DRS series is we have a very strict timetable, which is very clearly adhered to. Make sure everything runs like clockwork here at Shenington this weekend. So let's just have a quick look at the DRS Group B. So randomly selected the two groups. It's Nearin Evans, the 164, one of the rookie drivers. The black plate tells us that information. Opposite is the 168 of Connor Scarisbrick. So another driver that we know has got plenty of experience, plenty of pace for a young man. As they sit on the dummy grid here, just prepare themselves. There's a couple still on the kart trolleys at the back of the grid there. There's plenty of time here for these drivers to just settle themselves into the seat, just get themselves ready as we look at Archie Potter, the 114. And Andy Cox there in screen, just having a wander down the start-finish straight as well. Sorry, the dummy grid as well. Another driver here in this. So there's a couple of drivers here, certainly of note in this Group B. The likes of Henry Foote. The likes of Bryn Calder, who we've just seen, the number 6. 6th in last year's championship. There he is. He will certainly be looking to improve upon that 6th place finish from last year. He'll be one of the favourites, Swanee Bryn Calder. There's no question of that. He came on very strongly towards the end of last season, as did Kai Newman there, the 155. Again, a brand new set of Vega tyres for Kai Newman. Take a lap or two just to embed them to his liking. So the DRS 100's Group B drivers, Group A have done and dusted. They're all in part Ferme. They're all being weighed. And then those final placings will be confirmed over at the race control truck. So a few moments of quiet before the storm of the DRS 100 Group B drivers. 8 minutes of time qualifying. That's a great shot of the Vega tyre, isn't it? You can see the lovely shiny coating on the outside. Shows they are brand new. They don't look brand new for very long once the wheels start to turn, that's for sure. Shenington circuit I know particularly well. It's actually been 20 years, I was telling somebody this morning, 20 years, give or take, since I was last here. Won a British Open Championship here in 2004. It's not changed, I can tell you that. There's a few new buildings. But the circuit is certainly as it was all those years ago. Let me tell you a little bit about it then. So the drivers head through the park straight, which is the start-finish straight here. It's a very short start-finish straight. There's actually not an awful lot of overtaking done in the first couple of corners. Certainly at the start of the races, they all pretty much just sort themselves out into an order through Park Bend and Cafe Corner, the long right-hander, which is literally just below us here in the commentary position. They then go left down the pit bend and down the Stratford straight into the hairpin at the far end of the circuit, the Stratford corner. There is a good overtaking opportunity then. They head up the hill onto the runway straight and through the Bruno chicane. Technical, right, left, right, and it's all about carrying that momentum up the hanger straight, through the flat-out hanger corner at the top of the circuit and into Wilkins, which, as we said before, the host for many a last lap, last gasp dive down the inside. It's sorted a few top-level races out as that corner. It's a long right-hander. You almost get dragged into it. It's slightly off camber, slightly downhill. And then you pop out. It tightens on the exit. And you're back down the park straight once more. It's a really great shot of the Stratford corner, the hairpin. Good overtaking opportunities down there as well. It's a super racetrack. Really is a super racetrack. A little bit of everything and a fitting venue for the start of this brand new season. Brand new Daniel Ricciardo Series 2023. Bigger and better than before. We are just about underway with the action here at Shenington. I don't think we're going to see much sunshine today. It's fairly overcast here, but I don't think we'll see any rain either. Just a couple of minutes now for these DRS 100B drivers to prepare themselves for their qualifying session. They'll be followed, incidentally, by the DRS 62s, our youngest of the three race categories this weekend. 5 past 11 for their qualifying session. The 8 to 12-year-olds. They've also got a heat, so if you're just tuning in for the DRS 62s, of course you shouldn't be. You should be watching it all. But if you are just watching the DRS 62s, the times that you want to tune in for are on your screen at the moment. 12:25 for their heat, 2:30 this afternoon for the final. Their grand final is at 3:30. And the DRS 125s, our senior. I think the DRS 125, just looking through the entry list, I think it could be one of the most, well, it will be the most competitive DRS 125 class we've probably ever had here. So many drivers who've come into this class, and we'll get out and speak to some of them as well. But you just look at likes of Rowan Campbell-Pilling, who's gone up as the previous DRS 100 champion. Freddie Cox is now into that category as well. Oscar Walmsley-Jones is in there. So the likes of Sam Faulkner, who's had, well, he's had DRS 125 pretty much all his own way. He didn't win the championship last year, but he only did half the rounds as well. So I think that could be an absolute cracker, the DRS 125 class this season. But first, it's the DRS 100s. They're Group B, the 155 there of Kai Newman, just towards the front of the field. Just preparing himself for the start official to give him the nod, give him the green flag. And he will lead these DRS 100s out. Now, interestingly, the A drivers will certainly all now be back into camp. They'll be back and probably starting to get out to watch the B group and just keep a watchful eye over what the competition looks like for later on this afternoon. And away we go then for 8 minutes of DRS 100 Group B timed qualifying. go under the green flags from the marshals through the Bruno chicane. A couple that have just gone out a little bit later as well. One of those was Sherry-Ann Powell, who's gone out at the back of the field. Just giving herself a little bit of clean air. First flying lap, don't read anything into that, because certainly as the majority will have been underneath the tyre, it'll take a little while for that to come to temperature. And with Foot as well, so interestingly Foot and Sherry-Ann Powell are out there together. They're a couple of karts away from each other, so I wonder if they're just going to try and drag each other along a little bit. The early pace setter is Cassidy Southall. Remember, the target time is about a 44.7. So 44.7 would give you, well, you'd know that you were competitive in the A and the B group effectively. Let's see who makes the early running. Mr. Southall the fastest at the moment. Connor Scarisbrick is up there as well, as is Foot and Powell and Calder and Cole, all names, and Karbelov, all names that you'll be familiar with throughout the 2022 season of the Daniel Ricciardo Series, as Scarisbrick goes faster. So in fact, Scarisbrick 44.6. So all the Group A drivers, all of a sudden, have got something to worry about, because on lap 2 of this qualifying session, the Group B drivers are already faster than the Group A drivers. Interesting stuff from Scarisbrick. Lightning quick start from him. Henry Foot second fastest, 44.8, and Scarisbrick goes faster again, 44.3 for Connor Scarisbrick. He's absolutely flying out there, isn't he? As Southall goes second and Henry Foot third, Brincolder fourth, Kai Newman fifth, Archie Potter is sixth fastest. Then Sherry-Ann Powell seventh, then the 1.64 of Nearin Evans. Ninth fastest is Joe Wood, and 10th fastest at the moment is Aidan Large. That's the 1.66 of Dorian Malek. The 13th fastest at the moment is Archie Cole. And then the 1.25, which is Joe Jennings. And at the end of this pack at the moment is the 1.40 of Ethan Whitlam. So Scarisbrick 44.391. What a lap time that is. That is a good 3 or 4 tenths quicker than anybody was in the Group A time qualifying a few moments ago. It's gone faster again, hasn't it? 44.391 now. It's just shaved another couple of hundreds off it. Henry Foot's 2 tenths slower. Cassidy Southall's a further 10th back, and then Sherry-Ann Powell now up to 4th, and was up to 4th temporarily before Nearin Evans moved up ahead of Sherry-Ann Powell. Brincolder 6th fastest, Kai Newman 7th fastest. Really interesting stuff. Liam Karbelov down in 9th. And then the 1.53 of Aidan Large is 10th. Just looking now into Wilkins goes. The 1.68 of Connor Scarisbrick. Fastest driver out there at the moment. He swings round through Cafe Corner, which is literally just below where we are there. And then past the little grandstand here through the pit bend and then down into the hairpin, which is where he is now at the Stratford corner. Swings in, right-handed and out and up towards the Bruno chicane. This little technical section of corners. Next flat out from here, down the hanger straight, through the hanger corners, flat out right-hander. And then into Wilkins. You see how it just drops away from you on the way in. Tension's on the way out. He's done a good job so far, hasn't he? So Scarisbrick is fastest. Evans, second fastest. What a debut qualifying session it is for that young man at the moment. 1:64 of Nearing Evans. Henry Foote, third fastest. Casty Southall, fourth fastest. Sherian Powell is fifth, and Archie Potter is sixth, and Bryn Calder down in seventh at the moment. Kai Newman down in eighth. So not the drivers we potentially expect to be up there having the best of sessions at the moment. There's Scarisbrick, 44.391. He's got more than a clear tenths gap between himself and Evans in terms of time. It's very smooth out there, doesn't he? I'm just watching him come past us here. Very smooth indeed. Gets left through the pit bend. Long, fast left-hander. Moves the car over to the left-hand side of the circuit to get the right line into the Stratford hairpin. So no real change then in the front 4 or 5. Which has moved up to 6, which is good movement from the 114 of Archie Potter. Disposed Bryn Calder, and Kai Newman is down now to 8th. Jennings is 9th. Karblov 10th. Large 11th. Wood 12th. Cole, Malek and Whitlam. That's the full 15 drivers here in the Group B qualifying session. We're into the final 20 seconds or so. So those that are on their final lap, likely to be their final lap, certainly the ones in the second half of the circuit. Just looking down now to see who's going to get through now. Will just got a couple of seconds to go. No, they won't get through. So Sherian Powell and Henry Foote are the first two to cross the line. So Foote, third fastest. Sherian Powell, fifth fastest at the moment. Will that change? Does anybody go faster on their final lap? Calder has done, and Southall has done as well. So Cassidy Southall up into third, 44.5. Disposes Henry Foote down to fourth, and the only other driver who improved on that final lap was the 153 of Aidan Large, who just moved up in the top 10 at the expense of Liam Karblov. So Scarisbrick, Evans, Southall, Foote, Powell, top 5 as they stream into Parc Fermé. Start the debrief with mechanics, parents, helpers, just about what's gone well and hasn't, and what changes they can make before the first heat. The first heat for those DRS 100 Group B drivers, 9 minutes plus that one final lap, is 12:05 this afternoon. And there's your running order, subject to any post qualifying checks, of course. Scarisbrick, Evans, Cassidy Southall in third. Henry Foote is fourth. And they are into Parc Fermé once more. So now we have a short break again. 11:05 is our next action. Just around about 10 minutes before we see the DRS 62s on circuit, our youngest drivers for the start of their 8-minute qualifying session. So we'll be back with you in a few moments' time here at round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series.
Yeah. Yeah. You watch, you'll get changed.
No, we got 100 litres this morning. Well, they'll have to do something because I'm obviously too busy. So someone's going to have to go out. I don't know if Don got them all out of the car. Speak to Don.
Liam, I'm trying to join the Tally Light Plus program. Is that
Right, so someone needs
working?
to go out, okay, and come and get the card off me. And then you need, whoever's out in qualifying next or the first heat, you need to shuffle the fuel around and someone needs to go quickly.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'm on Tally A Plus program,
I got all the grids for James,
but it doesn't seem to be letting me join.
Well, you won't have. 2.5 hasn't.
Yeah, it was just more for like if Mark's doing like the commentary bit for this bit, like means I can kind of react to what he's talking about a bit more. But if not, then there's no worries.
So just a minute or so to go until the start of the DRS 62 8-minute qualifying session. The drivers on the dummy grid at the moment. Several of these drivers part of the DRS Academy as well. The drivers with the black number plates. We've also got a returning champion in Oscar Walsh, the number 1. Harley Drake also in the field, 8th in last year's championship, as is Aston Redpath, and the DRA plate there of Carter Inskip Clarkson. There is the number 8 of Harley Drake. So we're about to get underway then with this 8-minute qualifying session. Is there a problem there for the 139 of Ruben Jenkins? There is. That's pushed to the side. It's like some sort of issue there as the rest of them stream out then, and the clock starts the countdown. And they're going to get a start, an electric starter, try and get that DRS car upwardly mobile as the rest of them head out onto the circuit, including Aston Redpath. So a smaller group of DRS 62 drivers than we had last season. But still some very promising talent indeed in this group of 8 to 12-year-olds. Just looking out the window here, still some issues down there getting Ruben Jenkins underway and started. Some sort of mechanical issue for Jenkins. They're doing their best down there to get that kart onto the circuit to complete that qualifying session. We've got 6.5 minutes, so they've got a bit of time to get it done. But it looks like it's not going to happen for young Ruben. He's out of the kart at the moment. So, who's the early pace setter then? Well, the early pace setter is the number 8 of Harley Drake. Inskip Clarkson, second fastest, but a good second or so. And fastest goes the 129 of Roach, and instantly that fastest lap is taken away from him by Aston Redpath, and Walsh goes up to second on his first line lap. We've got a driver there as well, Jacob Sulk, who is parked up on the entry into Park Bend. So this might take a little bit of clearing at the end of this session. So Redpath, Walsh, Drake, Roach. Lozu is the number 132 of Neo Lozu. And Roach goes fastest again then, and then Redpath goes faster again. So the two of them are out there together. And as one goes quicker, more or less instantly dethroned by the other one. I'm just looking down to the familiar green helmet of our champion, Oscar Walsh. He needs to find a little bit of pace, doesn't he? Oscar Walsh at the moment, he's 6/10 slower than Aston Redpath, third fastest out there at the moment. So Redpath, Roach, Walsh, Drake, and Lucas Eze, Leo Zhu, and Inskip Clarkson, who's dropped down now to 7th fastest, and then the 93 of Clayton Sultan. The 140 of Kai Sidhu. So Redpath, Roach, Drake, Walsh, Eze. Stream through with, well, just around about half distance still to go as Walsh goes second fastest, so 0.2 improvement from Oscar Walsh. Oscar Roach is third fastest. Redpath, Walsh, Roach, Drake, Eze. And then Drake goes up into second as well. So Harley Drake moves up into second. None of them anywhere near at the moment. Oh, we've got a technical flag out there as well for Carter Inskip Clarkson. I'll try and have a look and see what that is for. He's coming in, so I'll get a good view right below me as he comes into Parc Fermé as to what the problem is. Good question. Don't know. Must have something that is hanging off or falling off. He's just absolutely battered the steering wheel in frustration. It's something at the front of the... I wonder if his nose cone's loose. His massage panel might be loose. Well, that's the end of his session. Now, what time did he manage to do? So he did a 52.5. Good enough for sixth fastest at the moment. He's good enough for the best of the academy drivers. So Redpath, Roach, who has found some pace, hasn't he? Oscar Roach, just a hundredth of a second slower now than Aston Redpath. Our champion is demoted down to fourth. So Oscar Walsh, fourth fastest. So Redpath, Roach, Drake, Walsh. Esse is fifth. Inskip Clarkson is sixth, but won't go any better. There is Aston Redpath, fastest. About to come across a little bit of traffic, isn't he? Although he might use these two to drag him along for a couple of corners as they fight in front of him. He might get a lovely little tour here in the last couple of corners. This might help him, or he might just catch them at the wrong time on the way out of there. Does he go any faster, Redpath, this time? No, doesn't. And now he's got to find his way through, so he's going to lose probably a lap in the traffic. Traffic including the 129 of Oscar Roach, so in Intra and Eze as well, so he's in amongst quick drivers. Lozu in 7th, and Sultan is 8th, and Sidhu is 9th. So through the chicane come the likes of Redpath, Roach and Eze. He's going to go down the inside, isn't he, Aston Redpath? So that might just help out Oscar Roach a little bit. Can he just get a little tour, a little drag from the fastest man on circuit, Aston Redpath? What's Oscar Walsh got? Anything else? I mean, he's only 0.2 of a second slower than Redpath. Got a fairly lonely qualifying session. As I'm just watching him come now, he's just going to come across a little bit of traffic, Oscar Walsh. What we do know, this is a very handy little racecraft driver. He knows how to win races. He knows how to deal with close battles. Him and Robinson had a couple of real ding-dongs last season before he was crowned champion. So we're into the final 10 seconds or so. I think Redpath will probably get round, will he? It'll be very, very close. Yeah, he's just got round before the time has elapsed, but he's got some traffic in front of him as well, so it's probably going to ruin any attempts to... Oh, he's got some... The traffic's been horrible to him as well, so it's going to ruin any attempts to get a faster lap on that last lap. Walsh has completed his final lap, hasn't gone faster, so Redpath, who I will guarantee will not go faster on this lap as he was involved in a squabble with a back marker. No real right to let him through, it has to be said. He's on a flying lap as well. Certainly no blue flags in the qualifying session. So Redpath and Roach, Drake, Walsh, Esser, top 5. Inskip Clarkson retired from the session a few minutes ago, 6th fastest. Lizu is 7th fastest, and then it's Clayton Salton, 8th fastest, and Kai Sidhu is 9th fastest. They're the 9 completers. The likes of Jacob Zulk didn't complete the session, and we know there was an earlier problem with Ruben Jenkins as well. So that is the second of the, the third of our qualifying sessions, the DRS 62s. Aston Redpath, the early pace setter then, just over a tenth of a second covering the top 4 in the DRS 62s. Oscar Roach second, Harley Drake third. Oscar Walsh is in 4th place with Lucas Eze in 5th, and just around about 10 minutes time before we have the DRS 125s for the final qualifying session of the day. Welcome down to the dummy grid for the DRS 125. Just going to have a quick zoom around and see who we can grab here. I want to try and get over to Sam Faulkner if we can, and just see what he thinks of the change in the field. Probably the biggest number of DRS 125 drivers we've had in the championship for many years. I'm going to nip in here with Sam. Sam, would it be fair to say there's a bit more competition than we had last year?
Yeah, there could be more. A lot of the juniors have come up. There's a lot more interest, I think, this year. And yeah, it should be good.
And volume as well, obviously more DRS 125 drivers than we've had before. New circuit that we hadn't had on the calendar last year. How are you finding the setup at Shenington?
Yeah, it's good. We used to race here quite a lot a few years ago, so it's not completely new for most people. But yeah, it's good to come back here. It's always good racing.
Good man. All the best for the qualifying session. We're just going to nip down one in front of him as well, because we talked about competition. Well, one of the competition will be Freddie Cox, who's made that jump up from the juniors. What's the biggest difference, Freddie, in terms of the way the kart behaves, the way the engine power comes into play, the type of circuit this is at Shenington? What's the general feel of things compared to where it was with the juniors?
On the whole, the kart handles the same. All it is really is just out of the corners. You can definitely feel the extra power. In terms of Shenington, it's definitely sort of an engine track. You need to get the carb mixture right, and that's something we've been struggling for this weekend. So yeah, we've tried it again to see if we can get it working, but we've just got to see now.
I always thought that Shenington was a momentum circuit. It's one of those circuits where you make a mistake and you generally get punished for a good couple of corners, especially sort of through the high-speed corners through the first couple. But there is real genuine overtaking opportunities here, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, there's two key at the top and at the bottom of the track, Stratford, Herpin and Wilkins. And yeah, it is flowing. You have to keep the revs up so you don't kill the kart and get a good exit from the corner to then go down to the long straights.
Good man. So all the best for qualifying, Freddie. Let's just see if we got time. Yeah, we've got time. And how much wire have you got? We need to. Can we get right to the back? Can we get all the way down here? He should have plenty, I'm being told, in my ear. I just want to go and see Ron Campbell-Pilling if we can. He's giving me a thumbs up, because Ron's right at the back of this field. Another of the drivers that's come up from the junior DRS 100. Rowan, I asked Freddie what the big difference is. He didn't say there was an awful lot of difference.
There's certainly a power difference. Out the corners, there's more acceleration. That's about it, really, to be honest. The competition's definitely slightly fiercer, I'd say, in senior. It's all really, really close and amazing racing. So
you've got some big boys to compete with now, haven't you? And you've already had some success. The fact that we've got a DRS plate on the front of the car shows that you've had some success in the early season already. It is going to be tough out there, but you've already sort of established yourself as the premium driver in DRS 100, and I would imagine some of these guys will be looking over the shoulder.
I'm just going to do my best. That's all I can ever do, and just push as hard as I can and do what I do best.
Very diplomatic answer from Rowan Campbell-Pilling. We'll head back to the front of the field. The other driver that we have to speak to is Oliver Owen, because he's down here on the outside of the 8th row at the moment. We've been talking to people, Ollie, about new drivers coming into the series this year and new drivers coming to the class. You're the one they've all got to aim for, aren't you?
Yeah, it's good to see the grid actually being a good size, because since we started, the grid's always been here but never massive. But it's good to see that there's a lot of people coming up and staying in the series as well.
Good man. I'll leave you to your qualifying session. He is the one that they all want to beat. He's got the number one plate on his DRS 125 car. I think probably that the biggest change that we've seen from any of the three classes, and probably the most exciting action to come from the DRS 125. They're due with their qualifying session. It's just about to go out on circuit. Let's see how they get on. So a quick hop back up to the commentary position here at Shenington, and we are still just around about a minute into the DRS 125 time qualifying. 20 or so of these senior drivers. There is a fairly youthful look, isn't there, to the field. You've still got the trusty experience of the likes of Mark Lawrence and Firas Bilbezi and Tom Snape, but there is certainly a youthful appearance to this class with the influx of Rowan Campbell-Pilling and Freddie Cox and Daniel Weir and these drivers that have come up through the DRS 100 class, the likes of Oscar Walmsley-Jones as well. So let's just see how they fare. It might just become a little bit of a turf war between the old and the younger generations. But what an interesting, compelling DRS 125 class we have this season. Could be very, very interesting indeed. Could be very close. And let's see if this qualifying session gives us an indication of how close that could be. As Rowan Campbell-Pilling makes the initial fastest lap of 43.5 for Campbell-Pilling, and Snape of 43.3 goes a little bit faster. Don't read too much into the first couple of laps. Let them get settled, let them get into their rhythm. There's a man out there with a championship to defend, and that is Oliver Owen. He is the one that they're all targeting. He's the one that they want. That's the number that they all want, that's for sure. But as we said before, the fact that Rowan Campbell-Pilling has already won the DRS plate this season shows that he is likely to be a major contender in this senior category, and he's the fastest out there at the moment. So Campbell-Pilling, Snape, Faulkner, Cox, Bilbezi. The 3.26 of Peter Hugler, the rookie driver. And then it's the number 9 of Kurt Fordry. Then Oliver Owen, 8th fastest at the moment. Mark Lawrence is 9th fastest, 5th in last year's championship. The 3.10 of Max Papworth in 10th place, and Daniel Weir moves up to 5th, his fastest lap of the session so far. We're just heading towards half distance, so expect drivers to now start to really try and put corners together as Freddie Cox moves up to 2nd. So Campbell-Pilling and Cox, the two young guns, 1st and 2nd out there at the moment. Snape, 3rd fastest. Faulkner, 4th fastest. Weir, 5th fastest. Hugler, 6th. Bilbezi, 7th. Owen, 8th. Fordry, 9th. Oscar Walmsley-Jones, 10th fastest. Then Mark Lawrence. And then the 3.27 of Ryan Williams. And Max Papworth, 12th and 13th. Then it's the number 8 of Tommy Welsh and Carl Watt down in 15th at the moment. 16th for the 3.30 of Tuscany Groves. And then the 3.28 of Jake Woodrow. And the last driver out there at the moment is Roberto Minoni. So Campbell-Pilling, Snape now back up to 2nd. 43 flat for Rowan Campbell-Pilling. He said, I just do what I do. And what he generally does is win races. What he generally does is win championships. So he's putting a marker down here. That is for sure. Campbell-Pilling just goes past us now at Cafe Corner. Swings round. A bit bumpy. It is a little bit bumpy here at Shenington. It's an old airfield. There is a couple of contrasting surface changes as you go through. Certainly on the way out of the Bruno chicane. It can be a little bit of a bumpy ride. It's not bumpy as in Rissington bumpy or Fullbeck bumpy, but it's, you know, it can give you a little rattle, especially if you get it wrong around here. So where's Faulkner? Faulkner's 4th fastest, needs to find a couple of tenths here. So 43 flat for Campbell-Pilling. Snape, 2nd fastest. What a good showing from Tom Snape, third in last year's championship. Certainly arrived here at Shenington with a bit between his teeth. Cox, third fastest. Faulkner, fourth fastest. Then Oliver Owen now, the champion, up into fifth. 3/10 off the pace at the moment. There is Faulkner in a little bit of traffic with Mark Lawrence ahead of him. He's going to go past Lawrence into Cafe Corner, and Freddie Cox is ahead of those. So Campbell Pilling, Snape, Cox, Faulkner, Owen, Weir, Bill Basie, Hugler, Walmsley, Jones and Fordry. They are the top 10. Mark Lawrence is 11th. We've got 90 seconds or so to go here before the actual racing action starts. So remember, the DRS 100s, their first heat for the Group A is 11:45. So anybody gone faster? No. All been fairly. I wonder if the tyres have just started to go off ever so slightly. There is Campbell Pilling to complete another lap. Does he go faster? No, he doesn't. I wonder if they've all just generally set the car up to come on very quickly. Usually mean that you put a couple of PSI into the tyres. Make that mechanical grip come to fruition as quickly as you can. And then you do tend to go off, so you just lose a little bit of that momentum. The tyres overheat. You don't get the best out of them as the session goes on, and nobody's managed to go faster, have they, for a couple of laps now. So, with the exception of Carl Watt, who's just moved up to 12th, and the 3:27 of Ryan Williams, who's just got himself in the top 10, Ryan Williams. Peter Hugler's the best of the rookie drivers. Williams is second fastest, 8th and 10th respectively. But Fordry drops to 11th and Lawrence to 12th. But Campbell Pilling, Snape, Cox, Faulkner, Owen, top 5. They've been like that for a while now. They're just coming in a very short runoff. So you go through the checker flag, you literally turn left and come into the pits. So hence why the timings are a little bit more spaced out here, because you don't have to wait for all the drivers to do a full slow lap before they come into the pits, and there is no change then. So the last couple are coming through. I don't think anyone's going to go faster in these closing stages. No, indeed, Campbell Pilling's one of the last to enter the pits. So Campbell Pilling, Snape, Cox, Faulkner and Owen. Daniel Weir, 6th fastest. Bill Basie, 7th fastest. They'll go through all the required scrutineering checks. So interestingly, the youngsters have certainly got amongst the more experienced senior drivers. Campbell Pilling, fastest. Tom Snape, 2nd fastest. Freddie Cox, a strong 3rd. Faulkner, will he be happy with that? Probably not, in terms of Sam Faulkner's standards and expectations. I'm sure he was hoping to be top of the pile and put his own marker down in this first qualifying session of the season. Interesting stuff from the DRS 125 drivers. We now have a short little break and a couple of spots of rain on that camera lens. Doesn't look like it's raining out there, but it's a little bit overcast, isn't it? I don't think we're expecting any rain throughout the day. It would be certainly very interesting if we did get a shower. Well, certainly not expecting. Although we're not expecting the temperature to particularly rise, we're not expecting any rain either. So what have we got? We've got 10 minutes or so before the DRS 100s are due for the first heat of the day. So those that are tuning in, 11:45 for the DRS 100A group, who start their campaign of competitive action in heat number 1. That's scheduled for just around 10 minutes time, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, 9 and 10, yeah, big yellow flags. Thank you, Chris. Sorry.
So the DRS 125, sorry, DRS 100 Heat A. Just about to get underway then, under the orders of the grid marshal.
Win a race, we need to finish it, yeah?
So our first of the wheel-to-wheel action. They'll be led off by Isaac Kite, who was fastest in the qualifying session this morning, 44.789 the lap time, around about half a tenth quicker than Freddie Farrell, who'll line up alongside in second, then Maximilian Reed and Daniel Sutton on row number 2. Charlie Ratford and Jack Robinson, two drivers who would expect to be right up there, wouldn't we? Occupy row 3. Jacob Milkarski on the inside of row 4 with Benjamin Baker alongside him, and then Daxton Groves and Ruby Smith, Archie Cole and Ben Thorley, Hudson Cross and Xander Hughes, and Henry Pomerantz-Dorr and Ben Hoy. They are the 16 DRS Group A drivers on circuit for the first heat of the series. I was talking about, we're not going to get any rain, it's going to be overcast. Well, they've just declared the meeting open, which means that the drivers can choose which tyre they use, and that's because we had a couple of spots of rain. All of a sudden, the sun's starting to shine just behind us here. But we are now told that there is a threat of rain. There's a threat of a shower. That would mix things up, wouldn't it? I've got a few spots of rain on the window beside me as well, as the drivers stream through to complete their formation lap. So these heats here at the DRS series are 9 minutes plus one final lap. So plenty of time around this Shenington circuit to sort themselves out, to get themselves into order. But there's championship points at stake, and in these early stages, drivers will be looking to get as much of an advantage as they possibly can, get the best possible start to their series as they can. Here they come then. Will we get underway at the first time of asking? The lights go... Did they go green? I think they probably did. We've got a spinner as well into the first corner. So we talked really that there wasn't much overtaking opportunity in the first couple of corners. It's just stay out of trouble. One of them hasn't managed to do that as they go around that one driver. Oh, it was the 143 of Daniel Sutton from the outside of the second row who spun out on the way through the park bend. And they come through for the first time into the Bruno chicane and head up towards the hanger straight, the hanger corner, this flat out right-hander to Wilkins for the first time. And they have all sorted themselves out into some sort of order as they stream through to complete lap 1. It is sort of Reed. What will start here is it? Oh, I don't think there was any contact. I think she just dropped it on the way through maybe cold tyres for Daniela Sutton. Maybe just tag the back of Freddie Farrell. The driver who made the most of it was the inside of the second row, Maximilian Reid. Didn't just go through to complete lap 1 at the front of the field, but gave himself a little nice cushion of an advantage over Charlie Ratford. So the inside row has had the best of the starts, haven't they? With the exception of Isaac Kite, who's dropped all the way down into 7th place. There's a bit of a recovery mission here for Isaac Kite, a bit of a recovery mission for Daniela Sutton as well, as they come through Cafe Corner once more. So what's the gap between Reid and Ratford? It's around about half a second, but it's coming down and down between the two of them. Robinson looking ever so threatening in 3rd place. Benjamin Baker now 4th. So Kite dropped to 9th, having a shocker of a start is Isaac Kite. From pole position, finds himself in 9th. Quite a long way back as well from the front few as they head up towards the hanger corner once more into Wilkins, and they'll pop out. And this time, Ratford is pretty much there in terms of closing the gap on Maximilian Reid. They go through the park corner, swing over to the left to take Cafe Corner, and Ratford clouts the curb on the inside. A little mistake from Charlie Ratford. Here come the chasing pack, the likes of Ruby Smith in 8th place, ahead of Isaac Kite, and then in 7th place, Jacob Milkarski is where he started the race. So Reid and Ratford and Robinson. Oh, a little bit wide from Reid. Mistake from Reid. Here comes Ratford down the inside. Can he make it stick into the flat out hanger corner? He can. And all of a sudden Robinson's there as well. So 3 of them now as they come out, and Ratford gives a little wave to Maximilian Reid just to say, you stay with me, you push me along a little bit. And down the inside into Cafe. Oh, he had a little look, didn't he? Robinson, it's so fast on the way into Cafe Corner. It's not really an overtaking manoeuvre. You need to get such a good run out of the park bend to make something stick in there, and he didn't manage to do it that time round. So Ratford, Reid, Robinson, they are now the top 3. It was a little mistake, wasn't it, from Maximilian Reid? I wonder if he caught the curb on the exit of the Bruno chicane. I assume named after Bruno Ferrari, who was a kart team manager for a lot of years. He had a big distribution of, I think it was Parolin engines in the UK. I'm assuming that chicane is named after him. He made a little mistake, and now all kinds of pressure for Reid from Robinson as they go through and down towards the Stratford corner. The swing to the right. The rain just holding off at the moment. Ratford, Reid, Robinson, Baker, Cole, Farrell, Milkarski 7th, Ruby Smith 8th, Daniela Sutton. What a good recovery so far from Daniela Sutton. I can only assume that Isaac Kite's had some sort of problem. He's right down at the back of the field and way off the pace as well. So some sort of issue for Isaac Kite. And what a shame after a really strong qualifying session earlier on. Here are the front 3 then into Cafe once more. They'll swing left through Pitts Bend, and Ratford still holds the lead from the inside of the 3rd row, remember, Charlie Ratford. And here comes Robinson down the inside. Will he make it stick? He will. May come under pressure on the exit from Reid, who is now demoted and does manage to hold on to that place, does Robinson. So he can now set about chasing down Charlie Ratford. So Ratford with 4 minutes to go here. Just looking back towards Isaac Kite. He's at the back of the field. I wonder if he's been off. He's at the back of the field. Doesn't look to be going too slowly. He's right at the back of the field now. Not a concern for these 3. Ratford, Robinson and Reid. The 3 R's as they head through Paddock Corner. A little bit further back is Benjamin Baker. A good battle between Archie Cole and Freddie Farrell for 5th and 6th. Milkarski a little bit further back, and then Daniela Sutton recovering up to 8th. And it looks like it's the 161 of Ben Hoy. Another good drive from Ben Hoy. Remember, started on the outside of the back row and is now up into 9th. Ruby Smith is 10th and Daxton Groves is 11th, the 1-2-1 of Hudson Cross 12th, and then Ben Thorley is 13th, Sander Hughes 14th, and then Isaac Kite, who we spoke about, the early pace setter, is in last and 15th place. Ratford, Robinson, fastest lap of the race for Jack Robinson, last year's vice champion in DRS 62, certainly showing a lot of pace here in the step up to DRS 100 and giving the more experienced Charlie Ratford a little bit of something to think about now as they go through the Bruno chicane and head up towards the Hanger Straight to complete another lap. They're into Wilkins then. Will they have a look down the inside? Robinson goes to the outside. Nothing doing, it's so quick into there. They do come heavy onto the brakes as they swing out towards the start-finish line. Ratford's worried, isn't he? You can see him looking over his left and right shoulder. He knows that Robinson there starts to go a little bit defensive. Will he run wide on the exit? He's very, very keen to know where Robinson is, isn't he, Charlie Ratford? He's looking over his shoulder every couple of corners. Concentrate on where you're going, Charlie. In the first instance, he's gone very defensive. He's gone over defensive too early. He's going to get picked off here. They're both going to get picked off by Maximilian Reid. Ratford's so over defensive at this stage of the race, and now he has to go on the attack again with Maximilian Reid, and now he's still looking over his shoulder. He's obsessed, isn't he, Charlie Ratford, with what's going on behind him. He needs to get his head down. Just make sure he's not making little mistakes. The amount of times he's looked over his shoulder just suggested that he wasn't really focused on doing his own job at the front of the field and making sure he had his own lines perfect, didn't make little mistakes. He just got a little bit narrow on the exit of the Stratford hairpin. Robinson had a little look and Reid went down the inside of both of them as they squabbled over the lead between themselves. Said, thank you very much, I'll have that position. He has subsequently lost it and he's back down in third place. And the battle between Ratford, who is looking more behind him than he is in front of him at the moment. Robinson certainly looks the quicker of the two, doesn't he? But he's got to try and find a way past a very wide Daniel Ricciardo kart of Charlie Ratford. He's going to have a look down the outside into Park, is he? No. Gets in behind. I think they've got about a lap and a half here to go. The time's ticking down. I think they'll probably just cross the line for one lap to go. It'll be very close. And Ratford really defensive again. Didn't need to be defensive that time. Loses all his exit speed. Charlie far too defensive on the way down to Stratford. There was no move from Robinson. He certainly wasn't looking to get past. And Ratford lost all his momentum coming out of the corner. He's making hard work of this, but having said that, he's still at the front of the field here. Ratford to the inside. He's going to try and hug the inside line, I'm sure, on this final lap, all the way around the inside of this Shenington circuit. It's a long way to go if you're going to try and do that. He does risk being caught on the slingshot on the exit of a couple of these corners as well. Last lap then for these three. Ratford, Robinson and Reid. This was the move there. Look how narrow, he's not even out the corner and he's looking over his shoulder to see what's happening. Front three then are on the way out. He's going to do this, you know. He's going to do this because he's only got the chicane to go. He's just might have to go a little bit defensive into Wilkins, but it's not a particularly tough corner to defend from, to be honest, here in the final turn. He's looking over his shoulder again, Ratford to the outside. Is he going to try and go all the way around the outside? Robinson's going to try and make it stick, is he? I don't think he'll get it done. He might leave the door open. He does leave the door open to Maximilian Reid, and in his attempts to go past, he's going to try and get past on the inside, up to the line. Does he? Oh, that's tight, isn't it? So tight. I think Reid got it. He did by a couple of hundreds. So Ratford just through Robinson's frustration, I think, of Charlie Ratford. And to be fair to Charlie Ratford, he made hard work of it and probably could have made it a bit easier for himself, but he does make it stick. And he does go on to win the first heat of the DRS 100 Group A. So Robinson, just in his frustration, I think, that it was so difficult to get past Charlie Ratford, he went to the outside. He was going to try and hang it round the outside at Wilkins, which is a very tough thing to do. He left the door open to Maximilian Reid, who was ever the opportunist, and down the inside he went to take second place away from Jack Robinson. Benjamin Baker, a solid, if unspectacular, fourth. Freddie Farrell, fifth. Milzarski came home in sixth. Danielle Sutton, a good recovery drive from her after a spin on the opening lap, into seventh. And then Hoy, Smith, Groves, Cross, Thorley and Hughes. Isaac Kite got past Archie Cole for 14th place, and that was how they finished in the DRS A group. We'll turn our attention very shortly to the B group, which is scheduled onto circuit in around 6 or 7 minutes' time for their first heat of the day. So our B group drivers for the DRS 100s about to start their first heat of the weekend. 9 minutes plus a lap in duration, and led by Connor Scarisbrick on the inside of the front row. Nearing Evans alongside in second place, then Cassidy Southall and Henry Foote. Sherry-Ann Powell and Archie Potter on the third row, with Bryn Calder and Kai Newman behind them, and Joe Jennings and Aidan Large on row 5. Liam Karbalov and Joe Ward on row 6, Archie Cole and Dorian Malek on row 7, and then Ethan Whitlam at the back of the field. They'll go out and complete a couple of formation laps, and then we will be underway with our second DRS 100 heat, the first for the B group. Just one there, just not getting started in the way they would want it to. Ethan Whitlam at the back of the field. I think they've got him going now, and Ethan will join the back of the field. So it's almost a lap and a half for the formation lap here. Just due to where the dummy grid enters the circuit. And they'll start to slow down just as they come up towards the Bruno chicane. Where they are now. They stream up towards the hanger corner under the yellow flags of the marshals, just telling them to just take a little edge off the pace, make sure they're absolutely together. Oh, Liam Karbalov, problem on the dummy grid for Karbalov. Looks like it's not going to start, but the rest of them are about to start. And do they get underway at the first time of asking? I think they have done. Who's going to that first corner first? Scarisbrick, I think, takes the lead. He does. Evans follows suit just in behind. I think Henry Foote as well has just cut across and got in front of Cassidy Southall as he streamed down towards the Stratford hairpin, and Foote goes down the inside and will take second place away from Nearan Evans, and he will now set about the pursuit of Connor Scarisbrick. So all has gone to plan for Scarisbrick in the first half a lap or so of this heat one for the B group of the DRS 100 drivers. So then, all through Wilkins for the first time. Over the line they come. Scarisbrick, Foote, Southall and Potter enjoying a good battle for third and fourth, and Sherry-Ann Powell in close proximity just in behind them as well. Behind Sherry-Ann Powell is Nearan Evans. So Evans has had a rough first lap, the rookie driver. Gone from second to sixth in the space of that opening lap, and it's Scarisbrick, Foote, Southall, Potter and Powell. All drivers who know this series particularly well. As they stream up towards the Bruno chicane, through that and then through to Wilkins, which is where our leaders are now. Scarisbrick then, so we'll keep an eye on the gap between Scarisbrick and Foote. Southall does his fastest lap of the race, and Sherry-Ann Powell does her fastest lap of the race as well. As they swing through, there is Sherry-Ann Powell just in behind Archie Potter. Have a look down into the hairpin. Oh, half a look from Sherry-Ann Powell. Might just have lost a little bit of time just by making that manoeuvre. Didn't manage to make it stick. The weather is still dry out there at the moment. We are expecting a shower or two. Nothing at the moment. I think the circuit still remains optional for the drivers in terms of the dry or the wet tyre. And nobody in the right mind is going to take the wet tyre on at the moment. So the battle really is more to do with Henry Foote and Cassidy Southall, I think, rather than Henry Foote closing in on Scarisbrick. In fact, Scarisbrick absolutely scampering away here at the front of the field. He's already taken another second or so away from Henry Foote in terms of pace here. So no threat at the moment to our race leader. He's doing a fine job leading from the front, so an awful long way to go, mind. So he won't want to get too far ahead of himself at the moment. But Foote certainly has to turn his attentions to Cassidy Southall in behind, who's a real threat at the moment, as Sherry-Ann Powell does the fastest lap of the race so far and has moved up ahead of Potter and into 4th place. So Sherry-Ann then, next target, Cassidy Southall, who locked in a battle with Henry Foote. Scarisbrick to Foote, 2.6 seconds at the moment, so it's going up around about 2 or 3 tenths a lap, which is quite some distance, isn't it, for the DRS 100s. We've got a contact warning for Oscar Cole. So Cole, who's down in 11th place at the moment. So Scarisbrick, then Foote. And they're all starting to bunch up a little bit, aren't they, with Henry Foote at the front of a gaggle of karts, including Southall, Powell, Potter and Calder. So bring Calder into 6th, Evans 7th, not quite managing to demonstrate the qualifying pace that Evans had. Certainly hasn't got track position at the moment, near Evans. Kai Newman behind. Then it's 9th place for Aidan Large, who's made a place up from 10th, and then Wood is in 10th place. And Oscar Cole, Darren Malek, Jennings 13th, Ethan Whitland 14th at the moment. And there goes Sherry-Ann Powell down the inside of Southall. Can she make it stick? Yes, so Sherry-Ann Powell, neat move into the cafe corner. Not the easiest of places to overtake, but Sherry-Ann has made it stick. Now, Sherry-Ann, next target, Henry Foote. These two have got a bit of previous, haven't they, as well, from last year. Tripped over each other on a couple of occasions. So, Sherry-Ann Powell then. So, has Sherry-Ann Powell got the pace to get on terms with Conor Scarisbrick? Now, Scarisbrick is 3.5 seconds down the road, so I'm not expecting that in the next 3.5 minutes to come to fruition for Sherry-Ann Powell, as of course got to focus on getting past Henry Foote. But for later on in the day, will Sherry-Ann Powell be able to make a bit of a statement on pace to say to Scarisbrick, okay, you got out front and you won the first heat while I was trying to find my way through the drivers behind, but I have got the pace to get on terms with you. Let's see how that develops. First job, close this gap to Henry Foote. Keep Archie Potter behind. Cassidy Southall's dropped another place down to 5th, and Calder is now chasing in 6th. Through the Wilkins corner they go. Almost a double apex right, isn't it? And then they swing left over start finish, which is now, and straight into the Park Bend, into Cafe. This is where Sherry-Ann Powell took that 3rd place away from Southall a lap or 2 ago. And now she is there or thereabouts with Henry Foote, isn't she? Will she have a little look into Stratford? No. Sits in behind. Will grab the toe up the runway and into the Bruno chicane. She's right there now, though, isn't she? Sherry-Ann Powell. Will she have a little look into Hanger? This is a high-risk move, isn't it? She's going to have a little look. She doesn't. Sits in behind. Now she goes into Wilkins. Will there be a dive down the inside? No. Henry Foote just holds the inside line, just cuts off the advantage. Just have a look at Archie Potter as well. Right there with Sherry-Ann Powell, and had a little look as well. Powell, new fastest lap of the race then for Sherry-Ann Powell. last time round. Certainly got the pace now. But 4 seconds is the gap between Scarisbrick and Foot. And here comes Sherry-Ann Powell down the inside. Lovely move down the inside of Henry Foot. Can she make it stick all the way up the hill? Henry Foot's coming back on the outside. Can she make it stick? No. Great tenacity from Henry Foot to continue to hold on to that position down the outside. And now they're absolutely together again as they go up to the hanger. Will she cut to the inside, Sherry-Ann Powell? No, they've still got 90 seconds of this. Can they keep it up? They're all lining up in behind as well. Potter, Southall, Calder, Newman, all in the frame here as well. Great battle for second place. Here comes Sherry-Ann Powell down the inside of the park. She's got the outside line for Cafe. She'll try and go the long way around. Will she? No. Again, Henry Foot does a good job at holding on now. Henry Foot's defensive work here is bringing a lot of other drivers into this battle for second place. It's now a 7-car battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth places. Sherry-Ann's going to have to make this stick. The Newman all in the frame here as well. In her way great past battle, Henry Foot. We know he can defend, and he defends well. Through Wilkins once more. 46 seconds still to go here. Will they have got through the... Ooh, this is going to be tight next time round, isn't it? Bear in mind, it will go off the leader. So Scarisbrick will get through one more time before the final lap. So 2.5 to go here. Down towards Stratford's again. Is this the chance for Sherry-Ann Powell? No, she feigns to the inside, switches to the outside. Now we'll try and grab the undercut on the way through from Henry Foot, who closes the door once more. And Cassidy Southall now back up into fourth and behind Sherry-Ann Powell, who has to be aware of the advances of the chasing pack. No doubt in the leader, by the way. No change for Conor Scarisbrick, who's just wandering off into the distance as these all squabble over second place. So we have got 2 laps to go here. Sherry-Ann Powell in third. Henry Foot is between her and a second place finish. Can she have a look down into Stratford's? I would rather make the move now. I'd rather make the move with 2 to go. I think it becomes much more difficult if the mindset of the driver in front is just to defend. And you can defend around this Shenington circuit if you're willing to do so. You do lose some momentum. I would rather make the move now. I'd rather make the move with 2 to go. I think it becomes right then much more difficult if the mindset towards Wilkins. This will be the last lap this time. Has Sherry-Ann Powell left it too late? I always think a second to last lap is the genuine window of opportunity to make a move. She's going to the inside again. She's going to try and make it stick this time. Has she made it stick? He goes to the inside. She has made it stick on the inside into Park Corner. She gets a great run out of Wilkins. Now then, I don't think he's close enough, Henry Foot, to go back on the attack. Sherry-Ann Powell probably doesn't need to defend into here. She doesn't. She goes, sort of half and half. And I think that will probably be enough for her as she heads up the hill towards the Bruno Ferrari chicane. I think she's timed this wonderfully. Sherry-Ann Powell, she gets a good run. She won't need to defend into Wilkins, I don't think. I think she's got that half cart length advantage. Scarisbrick's going to come through and win the race. Here is the battle for second, third and fourth, and she has held on to it. Super work from Sherry-Ann Powell. She's going to come home in second place. Henry Foot goes to the inside. Tried to pinch her on the line, didn't he? Didn't manage to get it. There was 700s between the two of them. Sherry-Ann Powell then into second. The race winner is Conor Scarisbrick. Powell second. Henry Foot third. He'll be disappointed with that after holding on for so long. Calder, what a super drive from Bryn Calder late on in the race, up into fourth. Potter is fifth. Southall is sixth. And Kai Newman comes home in seventh place.
could, how many have you got to move?
Just that one.
All right,
He was number 11, so yeah, it's just that one.
Not a lot then.
No, wasn't too bad.
Doesn't seem much of a shuffle.
Right, I'll double check that's all good.
And I'll remind you, to win a race, first we need to finish it, gentlemen. Can I just say, ladies and gentlemen, we're not actually meant to be filming. Under safeguarding rules, you are not meant to be filming anyone on this grid. I don't really care.
So the first heat for our DRS 62 drivers. Youngest of our competitors this weekend. They'll be led by Aston Redpath, who was fastest in the qualifying session earlier on this morning. Oscar Roach alongside him. There was 11 hundredths of a second between the two of them in terms of lap time. Harley Drake on the inside of the third row. He was about a tenth of a second further back. And then Oscar Walsh, the current champion, alongside in fourth place on the grid. And the start official blows his whistle. The engines are turned on. And away they go to start their formation lap. So 9 minutes plus the one lap for these young drivers to pick their way through the field if they're further down, to try and lead from the front in the case of Aston Redpath. And certainly just to lay that marker, just to try and set the standard in terms of their championship aspirations. We'll do a lap and a half of a formation. Remember, we've got the DRS 62 drivers and the DRS Academy drivers within this field. The Academy drivers, the black plates with the white numbers. All the same machinery, all the same equipment, same tyres. come up to Wilkins for the end of the formation lap. Will they get going? Very difficult to see the lights from our vantage point. It doesn't really spread out start. Sure, that's not going to go. Well, there's the lights. Have they gone? Surely not. Oh, it was a really messy start. No, they haven't gone. I didn't think they would have done it. It was really messy. There is a false start flag out as well. They just broke formation way before they were up towards the start-finish line. Redpath certainly got the jump. They just need to hold formation a lot longer, certainly as they come through the left-hander and the exit of Wilkins. They need to all be absolutely together. And then once they're all pointed straight, they can start to accelerate gradually up towards the line and off they go. So it wasn't the best of first attempts from the DRS 62 drivers. So Redpath and Roach got to sort this out, the pair of them. The start is dictated by the front two. So will they get away at the second time of asking? They'll come to the line. It's a little bit better. It's a lot better. And I think they'll go this time. They do go this time. So then, Redpath and Roach. Who's got the best of starts? Looks like it's Aston Redpath. It is indeed. And the pink-coloured helmet of Oscar Roach filters through into second. They all file down towards the Stratford hairpin. Swing through there and then up the hill. They've all managed to get through the first three or four turns without much, certainly without contact. So they're all where they should be. And they swing through the Bruno chicane up towards the hangar. Remember, we've got 9 minutes of DRS 62 action here. And Aston Redpath away at the front. We'll get them a formation of them all as they come through. Four of them absolutely together. And I tell you who's right in the mix. The trusty old green helmet of Oscar Walsh, the champion, who tries to move up into second place, tries to get past Harley Drake, who's moved up ahead of Oscar Roach. So Roach hasn't had the best of opening laps, has he? He was up to second, and then he just dropped now back in behind this group of four drivers. So Redpath happy for them all to squabble in behind. Now then, Walsh looks to the inside. He will make that one stick, and I think going through as well, certainly trying to go through as well, was Roach, but Harley Drake holds the inside line through the little left-hand kink on the exit of Wilkins. There's the move. Nice and clean and tidy. You can see that Roach tries to make it stick as well, but the corner does tighten. It goes left on the exit. Just the natural curve of the racetrack meant that Harley Drake could hold on to his third place. So now then, our champion, Oscar Walsh, is in hot pursuit of Aston Redpath as they go up towards Wilkins once more. Will he do a carbon copy of the move he made on the previous lap? He won't, but in behind him, Oscar Roach was learning. He was learning about the overtaking manoeuvre from the champion, and he put that same overtaking manoeuvre on the same man as well, Harley Drake. And Drake drops now down to fourth. Here is that move, just tucked out of the slipstream. Down the inside into Wilkins. He was already well ahead by the time he got to the corner, wasn't he? They both missed the apex by a country mile, but here's a move for the lead then. So down the inside had gone Oscar Walsh. Doesn't manage to make it stick, but now he's got the run up towards the hangar straight and into the hangar corner. Look at Roach behind them as well, just ready to pick up any pieces that these leave behind. Roach might pick up one as well. He has done. So then Owen back down the inside. He's Redpath going to go past both of them. They're absolutely side by side as they go across the line. Redpath and Walsh, 1 and 2. If Redpath can stick it down the outside, he will have the inside line for Cappy. He doesn't manage to do that. And all of a sudden, New race leader, Oscar Walsh. Been here before, hasn't he? Certainly knows his way to navigate through tight situations, close races. Wasn't the fastest in qualifying this morning, but when it's come down to the wheel-to-wheel stuff, starting to prove why there is a number 1 on the front of that DRS kart. Great little recovery move from Redpath. Little curb, climbed up the curb, didn't he? Oscar Walsh. Still got 5 minutes to go here. This first heat for the DRS 62s, and really any of these 4 are absolutely in contention. Behind them, Lucas Ezra was about 4 seconds further down, and then it's a battle of the DRS Academy drivers, DRA Academy, where currently Carter and Skip Clarkson leads by a couple of seconds ahead of the number 93 Clayton Salton. Behind him is the 139 of Ruben Jenkins. A little bit further back, we've got the 111 of Jacob Sulk. And then it's Neo Loizu, and then at the right at the back of the field, in 11th place at the moment, I think that it is indeed, it's Kai Sidhu at the moment, 11th. And we've got to change for the lead because Redpath have had enough of sitting behind Oscar Walsh. And he's managed to find a way through as they went through Cafe Corner last time. And here comes Walsh back down the inside. He's not going to relinquish that lead for long, and he dives down the inside, but he's going to lose track position, I think, as they come back up the hill. The two of them eyeball each other as they go up towards the Bruno chicane. And not only has Walsh lost the lead, but in trying to regain the lead, he's lost second place, and he's lost it to Harley Drake. So Harley Drake is now up into second. Could have timed this very nicely. There was contact there between Drake. I think there was contact between Drake and between Oscar Walsh. So Drake has lost the position. It was really strange. It was halfway down the main straight. Here we go. This will be interesting. So where's the contact come from? I think Drake just tags the back, does he? Oh, it's there. Oh, a little bit of contact from Oscar Walsh. Just as they were heading towards the right hand, they just tagged the back of Harley Drake. Just put him a little bit. Oh, and Harley Drake's got the contact one. I think that's the other way around. I think when the officials look at that again, and obviously they have the benefit of the action replays, I think they'll see that Oscar Walsh was the perpetrator in terms of the move that meant that Harley Drake dropped back down to third. And here comes Walsh down the inside again. Redpath gives him room, but he's going to have to lose the lead here. And down the inside as well. Oh, took 2 places in one go, did Oscar Roach. Now he's going to lose one on the way out of the corner to Redpath. They're absolutely together, these, aren't they? 3 or 4 abreast as they come down towards the Cafe Corner once more. Still 2 minutes to go in this DRS 62 first heat. A cracker, hasn't it, between these 3 or 4 drivers at the front of this field. They'll stay together, line astern, as they go through Wilkins once more. Went through the hairpin once more, rather, and up towards the chicane. And Redpath tries to go down the inside. He's going to lose a little bit of momentum. Is he on the way out? I think he is. Roach tries to go to the outside. Over his shoulder looks Oscar Walsh. Walsh then leads from Redpath. 90 seconds or so to go here. Redpath all over him. Oh, Walsh a little bit strong in his defence going into that corner last time round. Here's the move from Harley Drake on Oscar Roach. Down towards the hairpin they go once more. So, how have they sorted themselves out now? It's still Oscar Walsh who leads. There's 50 seconds to go, so they're probably going to get through to complete one more lap. So it's sort of 2.5 laps from here. Head up the hill towards the Hanger Straight. So Redpath's back to third for the first time, I think, in this race. Now has to try and find a way, not only past Harley Drake, but past Oscar Walsh as well. So it'll be 2 to go this time. any one of these four absolutely right in this first heat. Contention here. Lucas Esser is further back. There's no change in the DRS Academy drivers. Inskip Clarkson still in 6th place, leading the Academy drivers at the moment. Down towards the Stratford hairpin. And Walsh does a good job at holding off Harley Drake. Redpath. But we've seen how quickly this can change. We've seen how quickly one move can lead to not just losing a place, but losing a couple of places here. And where will Harley Drake have a look? Will he go for the inside as they go into the hangar? No. Will he look into Wilkins? No, not quite close enough, is he, this time? As they stream through, almost just dropped into 2 groups of 2, and Redpath just needs to close the gap here. This should be the last lap. It will be the last lap as they go through the right-hander at Cafe and then through the left. And I don't think Walsh needs to defend here. I don't think that Drake is quite close enough to impact this as they go into the hairpin. They're not, and Walsh has just found a couple of kart lengths, which is very timely for Oscar Walsh to keep this chasing pack in behind him. They go into the chicane. Now what can Walsh do here? Can he be neat and tidy and keep this little advantage he has over Harley Drake? He has done, and Harley Drake's now having to switch to defence of that 2nd place. Walsh has done a good job. He's done a super job, hasn't he? Just to find that extra pace at the right time here. And there is a change for 2nd, is there for 3rd? Redpath, I don't think they are. They all went into the corner differently, but they've all come out the corner in the same order. So Walsh then wins it. Drake in 2nd, Redpath 3rd, Roach is 4th. Esser will come home a very distant 5th. What a super race from the DRS 62s. Great example of the sort of quality that they can deliver. Top 3 go into Parc Ferme, Walsh, Drake, Redpath. So Roach, Esser, it was indeed Carter Inskip Clarkson who finished in 6th place. He was the top of the Academy drivers. It looked like the 1-1-1 of Jacob Sulk, who was in 7th, and Lizu in 8th, and Jenkins in 4th, and Sultan in 5th, and Sidhu in 6th place. Of the Academy drivers, they were 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, respectively. So the DRS 62s have completed their first heat then, and our attention turns to the final heat of the day before we head towards the lunch break and then the pre-finals and finals this afternoon. It's the DRS 125s scheduled off in around about 5 minutes' time.
Let me know if you want to put up any graphics from these guys as well. Yeah, sorry, I realised.
So our final heat of the day. Remember, every driver in the DRS series completes time qualifying. They complete a heat, a pre-final and a final. So plenty of track time out there for the drivers. So just in terms of the schedule, following this DRS 125 first heat, there'll be a lunch break, and then we're back with the DRS 100 pre-final for the A category at 10 to 2 this afternoon. So this will be a good indication, won't it? We were interested in talking about we had the young versus old debate earlier on. We've got the healthiest grid of DRS 125s I think we've ever had. Certainly the most competitive grid. Could lead to a wonderful championship spectacle. How does the first heat pan out? This is drivers that haven't raced against each other before primarily. Just working each other out. This could be a really interesting indication of where this championship could take us this season. At the very start, remember, and nothing is won or lost here. But certainly drivers will be keen to make their statement, to put their stamp onto this series. 7 rounds to go, an awful lot of running and riding to be done. Campbell-Pilling then. Rowan Campbell-Pilling, the DRS 100 champion from last year. He's won the DRS plate already this season in the opening month of the year. He starts on pole position. He had a 1/10 of a second's advantage over Tom Snape, 3rd in last year's championship. He's alongside him on the front row. Freddie Cox and Sam Faulkner on row number 2, the 332 and the 283. Oliver Owen, the champion, back on the inside of row 3 with Daniel Weir, another of the young hopefuls, alongside him. Then it's Firas Bilbezi and Peter Hugler, Oscar Walmsley-Jones and Ryan Williams and Kurt Fordry and Mark Lawrence. They're the top 12. There is 18 of these DRS 125 drivers in the field. This could be a fascinating 9 minutes plus a lap. Will they go first time? Snape just trying to hold round the outside, just eyeballing Rowan Campbell-Pilling. There's so many little pieces of gamesmanship go through here. They will go first time, and Cox has gone through into second. I think it's not a good start from Tom Snape. So Campbell-Pilling looks over his shoulder. He'll see a very familiar face behind him. That familiar face is Freddie Cox. Down towards the hairpin for the first time, as it looks like Faulkner tries to nip down the inside. Doesn't make it stick this time round. Up towards the Bruno chicane for the first time. Campbell-Pilling, Cox. Who is that? Is it Oliver Owen into 3rd place? It is. It's a champion start, up from 5th to 3rd for Oliver Owen. Then the battle is between Faulkner and Snape for 4th and 5th, and behind them is the number 4 of Firas Bilbezi. So decent start from Bilbezi. Here they come then to complete the first lap. Campbell-Pilling, Cox, Owen, Faulkner, Snape, Bilbezi. Hugler's up a couple of places into 7th, the best of the rookie drivers. Daniel Weir is 8th, Walmsley-Jones is 9th, and Lawrence is up a couple of places into 10th place. Through the chicane. A really quick, it's not a really short lap here, but it does feel like they get round very quickly, doesn't it, compared to some of the circuits that we go to, Rissington for example. So, what's the gap between Campbell-Pilling and Cox? Just around about 2 kart lengths as they go into the cafe corner. And now, Faulkner up into 3rd. Now, how important is this for Faulkner? Have we lost somebody there? So Faulkner and Snape, 3rd and 4th. Bilbezi, it's Owen, dropped down to 6th. So Oliver Owen drops down to 6th. Here's and there's a warning for Owen, so sounds like it was self-inflicted from Oliver Owen. drops himself down to 6th place. Now, this is important for Faulkner. We won't read too much into it because this is only round 1 of 7. It's heat 1 at round 1. But he's got 2 young men in front of him who've both come up from DRS 100. If he can close this gap on these two, put his elbows out a little bit and say, listen, boys, you can come up with your youthful exuberance, but don't forget you come into play at my party here. So can Faulkner just cruise onto the back of Cox and Pilling? Can Cox, in turn, cruise onto the back of Rowan Campbell-Pilling and set his own stall out as a championship contender? This will be really interesting. Keep an eye on Tom Snape, who's a wily character in 4th. Owen is 5th, Bill Basie is 6th, Hugler 7th, Weir 8th, Walmsley-Jones. So good opening showing from Weir and Walmsley-Jones. There is Faulkner in 3rd, there is Snape in 4th. Snape could just do with pushing Sam Faulkner a little bit closer to Freddie Cox if he possibly can. I think Campbell-Pilling has probably broken the resistance from Freddie Cox here. The gap's around 7/10 of a second. It was only a couple of attempts a few laps ago, so Campbell-Pilling, as we've seen so many times, so good at leading from the front, so good at getting out there and putting in those consistently quick lap times. He's doing a good job at the moment and just breaking the toe back to Freddie Cox. And in turn, Cox, although he might have lost a Cartland or so last time round, still hasn't got Faulkner right on the back bumper just yet. There is 5 minutes of this first DRS 125 heat still to go here at Shenington for round 1, and this time he is a little bit closer, Faulkner, to Freddie Cox. Now then, so if in the remaining 5 minutes or so that we have of this first heat, if Faulkner can get past Cox, which he's just done on the way through Cafe Corner, I was going to say if he can get through without causing himself to lose too much time, can he get after Rowan Campbell-Pilling? The gap's about a second between the two of them. We gave a little wave to Freddie Cox as if to say, right, young man, you just follow me now. I will take you towards Rowan Campbell-Pilling. What pace has Faulkner got here? He's been a champion before in the Daniel Ricciardo Series. We know he's pretty much as handy as you get in one of these DRS 125 karts. Has he got the pace? Oh, full course yellow. Well, that will help. That will certainly help. Why have we gone full course yellow? What have I missed here? Where is it? I'm just looking out there to see what's happened. I can't see anybody standing. I wonder if they've got a piece of circuit. Ah, that's why. So we've got lots of, so into the chicane, into the centre chicane, there's a lot of tyres that have been, they've obviously been hit by somebody. But I can't see, there's not a car in the tyres from what I can see. So whatever's been in there has been recovered. So the marshals have now got to put those tyres back, which they have done. This won't take long to go green again, by the way, because the marshals are pretty much there with those tyres. Right, this is now interesting because it's allowed for Faulkner to cruise onto the back of Campbell-Pilling, so there'll be nothing between those two, so he'll be smiling like a Cheshire cat in behind that helmet. I think they'll go green this time. Marshals are still out there, so maybe not. Marshals are still out there and have got to repair the tyres. You can just see them in the shot earlier on there. They're pretty much done. Yeah, they're clear. This will go green this time, I think. Drivers won't know that yet. They'll come up to the line. Now, Faulkner needs to get right on the back of Campbell-Pilling here, who's already tried to sprint away. He can't give him any gap, any room. He's going to stick right onto the back bumper of Rowan Campbell-Pilling and just wait for the green. He cannot allow for Campbell-Pilling to get the drop here. It's a reaction test, this. Campbell-Pilling to the inside. He will hit the gas very, very shortly as they come out of the corner and look towards the green flag. When does he hit the gas? Does he go now? Yes, he goes now. Campbell Pilling, they are green. Has he got the drop on Faulkner? He has. It's a slip from Faulkner. He needed to be right there, and he wasn't. He needed to be right tucked up on the bumper of Rowan Campbell Pilling. And that's interesting, isn't it? That the experience of Faulkner just didn't allow him to get the best of it. I would have backed Faulkner there against the youthfulness of Campbell Pilling, but it was Campbell Pilling who had the knowledge and the maturity to get the best of the drops. Now what's Faulkner got? He's got to try and close a 2 kart length gap on Rowan Campbell Pilling, 0.3 of a second or so, and Cox just in behind has got to hold off Snape and Owen, 3rd, 4th and 5th. This is it's fascinating, isn't it? A minute to go here. So many little subplots, so many little things going on here. Can Faulkner cruise onto the back of Campbell Pilling in the closing stages? Campbell Pilling looks over his shoulder. He will now know that it is Sam Faulkner in behind him. He'll know that he's there or thereabouts. He hasn't cruised away, but he's still got that. It's a 2 kart length, a kart length and a half buffer over Faulkner. Faulkner isn't close enough to make a move. We've got, will they cross the line in time? I think we've probably got a lap to go. Will they get there before 2 laps to go? It will be 2 laps to go. It'll be quite tight next time round, but I think it will be 2 to go. Right then, so Snape has got past Cox into 3rd place, and Cox has got to be careful here because he's now got, and there it was. What a good move from Tom Snape to make that stick. Into 3rd, Cox, Owen, Bill Basie, Daniel Weir is behind them in 7th place. Walmsley Jones, Lawrence. So Mark Lawrence certainly doing a good job up into the top 10 as well. Right. Gonna be the last lap this time, isn't it? So front 2, Faulkner isn't close enough. It's gonna have to be a dive. Oh, as I talk about a dive, there's a dive down the inside from Cox, who I think got a shove from Oliver Owen. The officials might want to look at that as they went in there. So Owen is now up into 3rd at the expense of Snape and Cox. It was a dive down the inside from Cox, but I think he then got a helping hand into the rest of the corner. Right then, front 2. Is he close enough? It will have to be last corner from Faulkner. He didn't get the best of runs out of the final turn. They go into the SEC. He's there though, isn't he? He's close enough. He's Faulkner. Will he have a look then? Front 2 absolutely together in the closing stage of this race. 2 corners to go. He switches to the inside. Does Faulkner sets him up an absolute beauty? Does Faulkner, and then Campbell Pilling goes wide and might come under pressure here from Oliver Owen. Faulkner, how about that from Sam Faulkner? We've talked about experience, talked about the older generation against the younger. Well, it was the experience that told, because he set him up an absolute beauty as they went through. Here it is. Goes to the outside. Campbell Pilling has to defend. He switches, puts the anchors on, dives to the inside and makes it stick. And then from absolutely nowhere, Oliver Owen, last of the late breakers, tries to hold it down the inside as well. Wow. What a race. What a move. There might be a little bit of unpicking to be done by the officials, but Sam Faulkner says, listen you lot, you youngsters, you can come onto my patch, but don't expect me not to react. And Faulkner has won it then in the final lap, on the final corner. Campbell Pilling, who led throughout, finishes 2nd. Oliver Owen 3rd. Tom Snape comes home in 4th. What a super race from the DRS 125s. We waxed lyrical last year about the DRS 100s. Well, they may just have been displaced by the DRS 125s in terms of entertainment. Well, if that's an indicator of what we could get this afternoon, do not go anywhere. Watch the live streams on YouTube and Facebook. Come and watch the action if you possibly can live. We will be back. We'll be back with the DRS 100s just before 2 o'clock. We will see you all then. between the two of them. Oh, there's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling. Finals. So we start those finals with the DRS 100 pre-final for the A group. They are the group of drivers that are on the grid at the moment. It's that final scheduled to leave the dummy grid in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. What I would say is we've now got the added question, or the added variable of the weather, because it has been spitting out there for the last half an hour or so. Well, it's certainly not wet, it's certainly not raining, it's just in the air is the moisture at the moment. So drivers have to take that into consideration. It might just lead to a drop in track temperature, it might lead to a change in the grip levels that are out on circuit, and the drivers will need to be aware of that as they make their final preparations for the first of the pre-finals. Pre-final for DRS 100 Group A, scheduled in just a few minutes.
Dan, the car needs to be on the floor, please. And I can hear you loud and clear, Chris. Okay guys, so when you come to the start, you need to make sure you're in your tram line as you come round the curve, yeah? Make sure you're in the tram line and don't move until the lights go out, yeah? Thank you.
There was no tram line.
Oh, there must be tram lines, I wouldn't have told you otherwise. Work it out the first lap, see where they are.
Just follow everyone else.
Don't follow Max. Max is always
Go over to the right.
to the race there? 30 seconds. Don't get the nod, you probably just drive out.
the formation lap for the DRS 100s. They're the A group for their pre-final, led out by Charlie Ratford, courtesy of his first heat win. Maximilian Reid alongside him with Jack Robinson and Benjamin Baker on the second row. Jacob Milzarski and Daniela Sutton on row 3. And then Ben Hoy and Ruby Smith on row 4. So last time out, it was Charlie Ratford who managed to hold off the advances of not just Maximilian Reid, but also Jack Robinson as well. And he'll be looking to add to the points tally that he's amassed so far in the pre-final for the A group. This is the last of the sessions where the A and the B group are separated. They then come together for both the B final and the main grand final, which is the last race of the day today. Will they go first time? Will it be Ratford into the first corner first? It will. And then just down the inside is Robinson as he's looking to go around the outside into the first turn and find a way past Maximilian Reid. We've got one or two that have just taken the exit road, are just rejoining now. Looks like one of those is the 163 of Ben Thorley, who started on the outside of the 6th row, and we've gone full course yellow, so I'm assuming that's to do with the amount of tyres that are on the circuit. Just down at the cafe corner there is 2 or 3 tyres that have been dragged onto the track because of that first corner skirmish. Might get a better indication now of what exactly happened as they all head through. So then, oh, that's the one. And it's just kicked those tyres onto the circuit, you can see there. So the 163 of Ben Thorley made a bit of a mess into the cafe corner, and the officials will come over and remove those tyres. We'll go full course yellow, which was really successful in the DRS 125 heat earlier on today. So they'll come under the orders of the race director and the clerk of the course. I would imagine next time round they will probably go green. I'm just looking down now to see the official who's just tidying up the tyres, and I think he's happy. It looks like he's on the radio now to tell people that they can be released at the end of this lap. So the onus will now be on Ratford. And when does he look to get the drop? They should hold a fairly steady, stable line until they get towards the start-finish line. And then it's just a case of who blinks first. You certainly don't expect many overtaking manoeuvres to come from this initially. But the run down into the hairpin at Stratford could be interesting. So Ratford, Robinson, Reid, Baker, Smith. Ruby Smith's had a good start, hasn't she? She started on the inside of the 4th row, up to 5th, so made 3 places. Ratford will look to the lights. The lights go green. They'll all hit the accelerator, and into the park corner they come. All hold line astern. Just a full rolling racing start. And Ratford's made the best of it. Robinson hasn't really made the best of it. Ratford's already got 2 or 3 kart lengths as they head down to the hairpin for the first time, and there will be a challenge. In fact, there's going to be more than one. I think Benjamin Baker's dived down the inside. Has he managed to make second place his own? I think he has done as they head up towards the hairpin for the first time. There's a little bit of contact between himself and Maximilian Reid. Robinson's demoted. Oh, there's contact. There's big contact on the way through, on the way out of the chicane. It involved Benjamin Baker. It also involved, I think, Robinson. I think they've all managed to. There's certainly one of them or 2 of them stranded over there. Right then. So, yeah, Ruby Smith's come out of that terribly as well. So Ruby Smith and Benjamin Baker are both casualties from that incident as they came out of the chicane. Here we go. Let's have a look then. So the 167 of Baker, And they go out of the corner. Oh, there's the contact. So the contact between Maximilian Reid and Benjamin Baker. Oh, didn't look great, did it, as they came out of the corner? Something else for the officials to take heed of. Let's look back towards, we've got a yellow flag. So the yellow flag on the way into the chicane, which is for Benjamin Baker. I think Ruby Smith retired as well, but I can't see where. There is a kart at the top of the circuit where we've got a yellow flag at the hangar, at the end of the hangar straight, which I assume is for Ruby Smith. Everyone else has come round and completed the last lap, and they've completed 4 so far. So Ratford is who now leads. Second place last time round was Daniela Sutton. 1.6 seconds is the gap. What a good drive this is. If Daniela Sutton's managed to get herself up in second, she has. And she's now defending that place from Maximilian Reid. Robinson is 4th. And Sutton goes very wide over start finish. Might just lose a place here. She might just try to stick it around the inside. She does. So Ratford's under no pressure at the moment. It is Daniela Sutton up into second place. So she took advantage of everybody falling over each other in the earlier stages. Now finds herself in a really decent position as Robinson goes down the inside of Reid and takes 3rd place away, and the two of them will have a drag race up towards the chicane, and Reid retakes the place. So there's a good battle here involving Farrell and Milkarski and Cole and Hoy and Cross, all of those still just about in touching distance as they head through, and there's a penalty for Maximilian Reid. Now that must be for the incident involving Baker. What the extent of the penalty is remains to be seen. It looked like Baker just had the advantage and maybe just come across Reid, and rather than Reid backing off and giving him the place, just kept his foot in and ultimately just spat Benjamin Baker out the other side of the circuit. So now then, the battle is for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and then a small gap back down to Freddie Farrell in 5th. Freddie Farrell's made some good places here. He's started 9th, already up to 5th. And this battle continues between Reid and Sutton. And again, Sutton went really wide on the way out of Wilkins. I think managed to carry the momentum from the lap before, where she held off the advances of Maximilian Reid. Reid got a decent run out the corner and has retaken 2nd place, although we know that Maximilian Reid will receive a penalty at the end of the race. So it's just what the extent of that is. We've got a yellow flag through the chicane this time. I know that Ratford's already through it, so it's not involving him. Waved yellow through the chicane. Means the drivers cannot overtake at that point of the circuit at the moment. And here is the battle that continues, and she's going to lose another place, Daniela Sutton, is she, as they go through the left-hander. She's got to be careful about how wide the line that she takes is over start-finish. She can just keep that a little bit narrower. She's taken a long distance around the exit of Wilkins over start-finish. And the karts are as evenly matched as these DRS 100s are. She needs to be careful about giving too much space, too much room to the opposition. So Ratford has a 1.8 second lead here. Much more straightforward than his first heat earlier on, where he had to put his elbows out and just prevent the likes of Reid and Robinson from finding a way through. This time, he's managed to get himself a decent gap, and Freddie Farrell does the fastest lap of the race so far. 9 gone, probably got 2 more to go after this one. So Ratford, Reid and Sutton. Then Robinson, Farrell, Cole. Lazarski's lost a place or 2 back into 7th. It's Ben Hoy in 8th place, and Isaac Kite's up to 9. Remember, Isaac Kite was top of qualifying earlier on this morning. Had a wretched first heat. He's now doing some recovery driving to pick up as many points as he possibly can do. Here are the leaders once more. Through Cafe comes Charlie Ratford. Nice and smooth from him. The gap's now, well, it's his personal best, a 45.2 last time round. The gap's 1.9 seconds back to Reed. Wonder if Daniela Sutton knows that Maximilian Reed's got a penalty. Probably doesn't at the moment. Probably doesn't need to get involved in too many skirmishes in the closing stages here, because if she stays where she is, she'll probably be promoted up to second place anyway. But she's got Jack Robinson in behind, and behind them Freddie Farrell, who is the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment, in 5th place. Across the line they go to start their final lap here. Now, will Sutton have a go at Reed? She will. Dives down the inside. A lovely move from Daniela Sutton into the Cafe corner. Just left half a yard, didn't he, on the inside, Maximilian Reed. And Sutton, the opportunist, dived down the inside, and Reed's gone wide again. And Robinson now may pick up another place as they go up the hill towards the chicane once more. Reed holds him off. Sutton second. This is going to be the battle. Charlie Radford's going to win this race, no question of that now. The question is, who comes home of these three? Down the inside. Oh, Robinson down the inside of Reed. So while Reed was eyeing up a move on Sutton and has allowed Sutton to scamper through into second, Robinson dived down the inside, didn't make that one stick. So it's Sutton in second, Reed in third, Robinson in fourth, Freddie Farrell in fifth, Cole, Hoy, Kite and Milzarski all coming through into the top 9. It looks like it was Hudson Cross who came home in 10th place. There's the move from Robinson. Just didn't make it stick, did he, on the way through? And there is enough tarmac out there to go all the way around the outside if you need to through the Wilkins corner. So Charlie Ratford then, second win of the day for him. Another handful of championship points in the bag. And the B group, who are next out on circuit, will have watched all of that unfold. They are due on circuit in just around about 7 or 8 minutes time, but it's Charlie Ratford who wins the pre-final for the DRS 100s. He'll take a front row grid slot in the grand final later on this afternoon. For those of you looking to tune in for that DRS 100 grand final, it's expected at around about 4:10 this afternoon. But in a few moments, we'll be back with the DRS 100 pre-final for Group B.
Drive, smooth, snake, yeah. Just keep. Don't stop throwing. Throw your head up. I'm saying, if you do, don't do it, please.
Yeah, I haven't done this one in so long.
It's them boots now.
What are gloves? I think you should move out of the way. 2 minutes.
Are they going on the first lap this time, or are they still doing another?
I think they're still doing the
A full
I
roll
think
in.
they still do a full lap. Yeah.
Stay on the dry line until it starts to push on.
Is it raining a lot?
So the B group are on their. Well, they're about to be on their way. They're on their way now, are they? Yes, they are. So the B group of the DRS 100s are on circuit for their pre-final. Led by Connor Scarisbrick, courtesy of his Heat 1 win. Sherry-Ann Powell is alongside. Henry Foote and Bryn Calder on row 2. So lots of talent at the front of this field. This could get very close, couldn't it? Certainly don't think Connor Scarisbrick will have as much influence as he had at the start of the previous race when he got well ahead in the early stages and wasn't really headed and everyone else just squabbled in behind him. This time, the likes of Sherry-Ann Powell and Henry Foote, Bryn Calder, who always seems to come on towards the end of races, be very keen to hold on or even to get ahead of Scarisbrick in the early stages. Just stop his momentum, just stop him from driving away at the front of the field. As we look down to Ethan Whitlam, who seems to have some sort of problem. It's not getting going, is it? So he's going to be an early retirement. He's not going to take the start of the race by the looks of it. He's likely to find himself in the B final as well now due to that retirement. Remember the B final this afternoon for the drivers who don't quite make the qualification into the grand final for the DRS 100. So round comes Scarisbrick. Will they go first time? Yes, they do. Scarisbrick into the first corner first. Round the outside, tries to go Sherry-Ann Powell. She should just tuck in behind him in second place, and likewise Henry Foote into third. So opening couple of corners here could be really important as Calder receives a contact warning for something that happened in those first 3 or 4 corners. Through the chicane they go. Now this is critical here that they don't let Scarisbrick get away. They just need to make sure that they hold on to Conor Scarisbrick. We know that Sherry-Ann Powell is a strong finisher to races. We know that Bryn Calder likewise. Henry Foote actually starts races really well, doesn't he? If you look at that as a trend, Henry Foote generally makes good ground in the early stages. So the first 4 as they were at the start of the race in terms of grid position, they are the first 4 on the road at the moment. So no real drama there. Scarisbrick to Sherry-Ann Powell is about 0.3 of a second. That's about 3 or 4 kart lengths between the two of them. Just needs to just try and cut that gap ever so slightly if she can. Just put a little bit of pressure on Conor Scarisbrick if she possibly can. It was 0.3 last time round. It is now 0.4. So if anything, Scarisbrick just edging away from Sherry-Ann Powell, who was neat and tidy through Cafe Corner, heads down towards Stratford Hairpin. And then they pop out, head up, back up towards us there, into the chicane. Here they are. What kind of response has Sherry-Ann Powell got? He took a 10th out of Sherry-Ann Powell last time round. Looks to be about the same this time as they go up towards the right-hander at Wilkins. In fact, Sherry-Ann Powell's maybe a little bit closer. This could be a good response from Sherry-Ann. What's she got now? It's about the same. They've pretty much matched each other last lap. Third place is Henry Foote, and it gives you an idea of the sort of pace that these front two are. And there's a penalty on the screen there for somebody. Shows you the pace that these front two are delivering at the moment, that Henry Foote just can't hold on to the back of Sherry-Ann Powell. And Bryn Calder likewise a further second or so behind. Archie Potter is 5th. It's Cassidy Southall in 6th, and Kai Newman penalties for Oscar Cole. So Oscar Cole is down all the way down in 13th at the moment. Right, this gap then, it's down a little bit. So good. Here comes Sherry-Ann Powell. Ooh, just caught the curb. Did Sherry-Ann on the inside of Cafe Corner. Might have cost her 0.5 or so. She had to just dial in a little touch of opposite lock just to keep the thing going the way it should be. There's about a second gap between Sherry-Ann Powell and Henry Foote. But all of a sudden, you just get the feeling that Sherry-Ann Powell's just edging a little bit closer to Conor Scarisbrick. She's good on the brakes here into Wilkins, and then they release and head down over start finish. I wonder how much that little clip of the curb cost her in terms of time. It cost her about 0.5 maybe. Scarisbrick's just on the fastest lap of the race, but he was pretty much matched by Sherry-Ann Powell. There's a couple of moves further down. Archie Potter just getting past Bryn Calder for 4th, and Cassidy Southall is right there with the pair of them. There's a gap back to Kai Newman. And then a further gap back to the 164 of Nearing Evans. There was a contact warning, I think, for Liam Karbeloff as well. Now, the gap's gone up here. I can see it, that Scarisbrick's putting a decent lap here. I think he's just managed to edge out another half a tenth or so. We'll check as they go over the line now. Yeah, took a tenth of a second out of Sherian last time round. And they're both fairly neat and tidy through Cafe, and they head down towards Stratford. There is very little to choose between them, isn't there? There's a penalty for Liam Karbeloff. So Liam Karbeloff in 9th place at the moment will receive a penalty for some contact earlier in the lap. So the front two. So Sherian's going to need a half a tenth here or there, isn't she? Just to get on terms. I mean, once you get to within 2 tenths, you can just close in under braking. It becomes that much easier. She's closer now, isn't she? Let's just see how close she is now. Oh, it was 4 tenths. Sherian Powell does the fastest lap of the race so far, 44.5, and is now within, well, it's about a car length, isn't it, for Sherian Powell as they head down towards Stratford. Look out the window here and see if there's any move from Powell. She's not quite close enough for that as the battle continues behind between Calder, Cassidy and Potter, 4th, 5th and 6th. Here are the leaders, and all of a sudden Sherian Powell has found something from somewhere. Heading up the hill, she's closed half a second's gap in the space of a lap and a half. I wonder if Scarisbrick made a mistake. Here she comes down the inside. Sherian Powell takes the lead in the pre-final for the DRS 100B group, hits the front with 3 minutes to go. Now then, has she got the pace to drive away from Connor Scarisbrick? This is a different situation now for Scarisbrick. Didn't she do it ever so well down the inside as well? There was no resistance from Scarisbrick that time. And we have a new leader as they head up with 2.5 minutes to go now and into the chicane. Now the next lap is critical for Sherian. If she can just get a kart length's advantage, just break the toe away from Scarisbrick. Scarisbrick had a little look over his shoulder. He'll be aware that Henry Foote has not managed to meet the pace of these two. These two have set a really strong pace throughout this race so far. But he's still there, Scarisbrick. It's half a kart length between them, and he closes under braking again into Cafe. Henry Foote, very untidy, Henry Foote through Cafe corner, clouted the curb on the inside, and all of a sudden Sherian just gets a little bit defensive on the way down into Stratford. Henry Foote is 3rd, Calder, Southall, Potter 4th, 5th, 6th, Newman still 7th, Evans still 8th. Karbeloff pending a penalty in 9th. 10th place is Joe Jennings. So Scarisbrick still there. A good release from Sherian Powell out of Wilkins that time. So what have we got left? 90 seconds. So we're probably looking at 3 from here, you would imagine. No change at the moment as they go down to Stratford's. Henry Foote not close enough to make an impact here, but close enough to pick up any pieces if these two do come to blows in the final stages. They're through the chicane and they're heading up the hanger straight once more. And Powell, yellow flag, so Powell can breathe a little bit here. She knows she can't be overtaken into the final corner. There's a car stricken on the inside. She'll wish that that was still there in 2 laps time, and it gives her a free run into the final corner. She's actually just broke the toe a little bit, hasn't she? Now these couple of corners are critical for Sherian Powell. She ran a little bit wide in the Cafe corner. She had half a kart length's advantage. She just broke away a little bit. She got a great run out of Wilkins and then made a mistake coming out of Cafe corner. What a shame. That probably would have broken the toe that Connor Scarisbrick had in behind if she could have just hooked up 2 or 3 really tidy corners. She's a little bit ragged into the chicane, and Scarisbrick just cruises up towards half a kart length once more. Up the hanger straight. Next time round should be the start of the last lap, I think. 9 seconds or so. They might cross the line here. This will be really tight. This will be really tight. Oh, they've crossed the line before. 2 laps to go. It's not really what Sherian Powell would have wanted, but she's got 2 laps to go here. Sherry-Ann Powell and Connor Scarisbrick. Henry Foote is third. The battle still continues behind with Bryn Calder and Cassidy Southorn. Then the likes of Newman, Potter and Evans are all together. 6th, 7th and 8th. Karbalov further back in 9th. Leaders then flick through the chicane once more. Head up towards the Hanger Straight. Just over 1 to go. Sherry-Ann Powell then. She put the move on about 4 or 5 laps ago and she's about to start the final lap. Can she hold off Connor Scarisbrick into Cafe for the final time? Little bit of opposite lock from them both as they go left down pit bend and head towards the hairpin. Sherry-Ann Powell defends and then realises that there's no challenge from Scarisbrick because she's got half a kart length here. She can scamper up the hill, be neat and tidy through the chicane. He might not be close enough. Out they go. He isn't close enough, is he? Unless he can pull a big toe up the hill towards Hanger, he's not going to be close enough. He has got the toe. He's close enough now. Will he dive to the inside? No, he won't. And Sherry-Ann Powell then is going to win the pre-final for the B group of the DRS 100s. It's a job well done for Sherry-Ann Powell. Second place then for Connor Scarisbrick. Good drive from him as well. Henry Foote fairly lonely third, it has to be said. The battle behind was won by Bryn Calder, 4th. Cassidy Southall was 5th. Kai Noon was 6th, but nobody has had the pace of both Sherry-Ann Powell and Connor Scarisbrick. They have blazed a trail here in the B group for the DRS 100s. Now add in the likes of Ratford, that's won the heat and the pre-final in Group A, and it could be very, very close indeed for the DRS 100s. And the next time we see them will be for the B final at 3:10 this afternoon before the main final at 4:10. DRS 62s just preparing for their pre-final, led by Oscar Walsh, last year's champion. A very solid start to his championship defence, it has to be said. Harley Drake alongside him. Row 2, Aston Redpath, who was the early pace setter in regards to the time qualifying earlier on this morning. And Oscar Roach alongside him. Lucas Esser is on the inside of row 3, and then it's the DRA plate, the academy driver Carter Inskip Clarkson. Row 4 is Jacob Sulk and Neo Loizu. Ruben Jenkins and Clayton Salton on row 5, and then Kai Sidhu is the last of the runners on the inside of the 6th row. So the pre-finals here, in the same regard as the heats, is 9 minutes plus a lap. And the DRS 100B final will be the first of the 4 finals. And the winner of that will have the chance to go on to the back of the DRS 100 Grand Final. For those of you looking for the times for the main finals this afternoon, the DRS 62 final is 3:30. The DRS 125 final is 3:10, and the DRS 100 final 4:10. We've got a trophy presentation scheduled for around about 5 o'clock. And then we'll pack up and get off to the south of Wales in 4 weeks' time for round 2 of the 2023 Daniel Ricciardo Series. So the DRS 62s head through Wilkins and head down towards, they're going to go around again, aren't they? Yep, they're all giving the universal signal that they'll be heading for another formation lap. I wonder why that is, because they're fairly well formed, so I don't know if they're waiting for somebody to join the back of this field. They're pretty much all there, aren't they? So just one more time round. I think we've escaped the biggest threat of weather. I don't think we've got any rain forecast, although how much you can trust Apple weather forecasting is up for debate. So they head up towards the hanger corner, this flat out right-hander in normal circumstances. And they get onto the brakes for Wilkins, long right-hander, tightens on the exit. Fairly friendly curb on the inside, not so friendly curb on the outside. Got to go this time, you would imagine. Lights are on, and away we go then. Walsh then on the inside, looks to get the drop into the first corner, and he has done. He cuts across, as does Aston Redpath, into second place as they head down the hill for the first time. Walsh then on the inside, swings into the Stratford hairpin. Releases, got one spinner at the back of the field as well. Into the chicane then. They go right, left, right and release up the hanger straight. Already developed a short gap between the front two, Redpath and Walsh. And the chasing two of Harley Drake and Oscar Roach, third and fourth. Then Ezra under a little bit of pressure now from Carter Inskip Clarkson, I think it is. Just in behind them, it is. He's managed to get past Lucas Ezra and into 5th place. Jacob Schulk is into 7th. Looks like Sultan is 8th. So still 7.5 minutes to go here, plus that one final lap, and starting to look like it could be these two in a little breakaway group at the front of the field. Oscar Walsh doing his very best to add as many championship points as he possibly can to these early stages of the championship, looking to back up his championship win from 2022. The green helmet, the green and black race suit as he heads down the Stratford Straight. He's still got Aston Redpath very much there with him. But the gap back now to Harley Drake and to Oscar Roach as well. It's around 1.2 seconds at the moment. However, what we do know is if these two do start to have a real scrap, and it looks like they're about to do so, as down the inside goes Redpath. And then back down the inside goes Walsh, who wasn't willing to give up the lead, was he, for more than a corner. Redpath dived down the inside. Now, if they keep doing that, it will allow the group behind to close in. It has done. They've taken nearly half a second out of them from those two overtaking manoeuvres. They lost nearly half a second, the front two. So if Redpath's going to do it, he needs to make sure it sticks. And if Walsh is going to drop into second place, he may need to think about just staying there for a couple of laps and then planning an assault on Aston Redpath in the closing stages, so he wouldn't have the added pressure of Oscar Roach in behind him to try and nick that second place off him. Here he goes again. Down the inside goes Redpath. Now, does he switch to the inside again? Walsh? No, he doesn't. He stays to the outside this time. But look at Roach, just closes up ever so slightly as to the outside now goes Oscar Walsh. He won't make it the long way round. And Aston Redpath does make it stick this time and now heads back into the lead. So Redpath and Walsh and Roach, fastest lap, personal best for Carter Inskip Clarkson last time round. He's currently in 6th place, but he's not the leading academy driver at the moment. That is the 111 of Jacob Sulk. And these three are having a real go now, aren't they? And that's where you can see just that Redpath has been joined now for second place by Oscar Roach. It's now a 3-car battle for the lead, and Redpath goes for the inside. Cut off this time by Oscar Walsh, who will now know they are in a 3-car battle for the lead. And if they keep going, it'll be a 4-car battle for the lead, because we know Harley Drake is no slouch either, and we know that he could get on terms with these front three if they continue to hold each other up by continually swapping places here. Personal best for Inskip Clarkson last time round. So the leaders head up to the chicane once more. What have we got? We've got 4 minutes still to go here. So plenty of time for any of these three. Plenty of time for Harley Drake to get involved as well. The gap back after that as Redpath goes down the inside and will take the lead this time. Now, will Roach be able to follow him through? No, because Walsh just shuts the gap. Just look at the gap back to Sulk in 5th place. Yeah, it's fairly significant, so I don't think he's going to come into play in the closing stages. But just keep an eye on Harley Drake, because he has closed into within, well, it's less than a second now, the gap. And as they continue to squabble, as they continue to fight, that gap comes down to Harley Drake, and he is involved in this race. He has got an opportunity here to pick up some more points. Walsh leads, then Redpath, and then Roach, who knows, because Roach gave a little wave over his right shoulder there as if to say to Harley Drake, yeah, I know you're coming, but just stay there. And he dives to the inside, and Redpath just says, no, not this time, son. And he just retakes that position away from him on the exit of the corner. So these young men giving us some high quality here. Lots of clean racing, lots of clean overtaking manoeuvres as we go into the last 3 minutes and down the back straight. Into the Stratford hairpin and this release up the hill slightly into the Bruno chicane, which is where they are now. They go through the left and then they'll just flick right, flat out and up towards the Hanger straight. And the long, fast Hanger corner here, flat out for these young drivers again. And then down into Wilkins. And they swing left and over, start, finish. It's not actually straight, the start, finish straight here. It's on a curve. A long left-hand curve takes you all the way around and then you flick right through Cafe and you're well into another lap once more. 2 minutes to go here. No change in the front 3 or 4 for a couple of laps. But Harley Drake now absolutely with them, and it's 4 karts that will battle their way into the closing stages here. So what does Roach do? Does he just sit with Redpath and say, yeah, you take me towards the leader, and I'll maybe look at picking you both off in one instance? They've all started to get a little bit defensive, haven't they? Started to get a little bit tight on the way into Wilkins last time. Does look like Walsh has maybe just got the measure of them here though, doesn't he? He's got half a kart length's advantage and nobody's really been right on the bumper of Walsh for a lap or 2. So there is an element of comfort to that. It doesn't look that way, I appreciate. But Oscar Walsh should be feeling fairly comfortable here, especially as the 2 behind are now starting a little scrap between themselves. This plays right into the hands of Oscar Walsh. He'll be more than happy for them to squabble over 2nd, 3rd and 4th and just let him just cruise away in the lead. Redpath needs to stop that happening. He needs to put a couple of decent corners together here. Just close this gap. He'll close in under brakes and he'll probably get a better run out of Wilkins as well, as Walsh was a little bit narrow and didn't need to be as defensive last time round. It's going to be 2 to go this time then. So Walsh and Redpath, and he is closer this time. He's only, well, he's right there, isn't he? Right on the bumper as they go down to the Stratfords, and now Walsh goes defensive and then switch to the inside for Redpath, and as he did that, he was overtaken by Roach and then caught him on the undercut on the way out. Now, Oscar Roach needs to reconsider that overtaking manoeuvre because it's an area of the circuit where all 4 of them were together. If he'd have picked an overtaking manoeuvre somewhere, maybe a little bit harder braking, maybe like Wilkins, he might have just been able to pop both of them. But once he gets one of them, he spends so much time diving down the inside, he loses all his momentum on the way out of the corner, just gets picked off on the inside. Just needs to think about the best place to overtake here. What he's done is he's actually cost himself a couple of kart lengths, and now it's only really Redpath who's close enough to Walsh to make a move on the final lap, which is where they are now with almost half a lap to go. I'm not quite sure why. Redpath's gone defensive there because he didn't look over his shoulder, so I had a bit of a, I was saying that Charlie Radford was far too keen to look over his shoulder in the first heat this morning. That was a chance where Redpath just needed a little glance over his shoulder on the way down the Stratford straight. He would have seen that Roach wasn't close enough. He wouldn't have actually defended. He wouldn't have lost the gap that he has now lost to Oscar Walsh, who's effectively stopped himself any chance of winning the race because he had a little glance over his shoulder on the way down to Stratford's. Anyway, worked in the favour of Oscar Walsh, who comes through and finishes in first place. Aston Redpath's celebrated like he'd won it for finishing 2nd place. I've been a bit smarter, Aston. You might have had a chance of winning it. 3rd place is Oscar Roach. 4th is Harley Drake. Just clung on to them, didn't he, at the end there. 5th at the top of the academy drivers was Jacob Sulk. And then it was 2nd in the academy, 6th overall for Carter Inskip Clarkson. And Lucas Hesser finished in 7th. So that's the conclusion of the DRS 62 pre-final. Oscar Walsh then takes his second win of the day. Aston Redpath second, Oscar Roach in third. So we've one more pre-final to go. That is the pre-final for the DRS 125s. DRS 100s, and then our three grand finals will all be underway from around about 3:30 this afternoon. Points to be won, but also the silverware for the grand final winners. And everything leads towards those main finals. They're also longer finals as well. They are 12 minutes plus one last lap. So plenty of opportunities, plenty of time in those main finals. And there, the DRS 125s, who are next on for their pre-final at 10-3. The grand final is an hour later at 10-4. It's the second of the grand finals. And if the first heat was anything to go by, this could be really interesting. So Rowan Campbell-Pilling will start on the outside of the front row. That's because on the final corner of the final lap, Sam Faulkner found a way through. And just gave Campbell-Pilling a reminder that he's in, well, a more experienced class of kart driver. Now he's graduated to the DRS 125 class. Our reigning champion is on the inside of the second row alongside Tom Snape, third in last year's championship. Freddie Cox on the inside of the third row with Firel's Bill Basie alongside him. And Daniel Weir and Oscar Walmsley-Jones on row 4, and Tommy Welsh and Mark Lawrence on row 5. 18 of these DRS 125s just contemplating, considering, probably running a star through their head of what could potentially happen in the next 5 or 10 minutes. The race distance will be 9 minutes plus a lap. All these Ricciardo karts the same, made the same. The Vega tyres are standardised, the engines are standardised. All about driver ability, driver development, driver capability. And certainly when we get to the DRS 125 class, our senior competitors, there's a lot of tactics involved as well, and they'll sit there. I always remember sitting there and trying to plot and plan my way through the first couple of laps, almost visualise my way through the first couple of laps. Back there to Mark Lawrence on the outside of the fifth row. A few of the drivers towards the rear. Peter Hugler on the inside of row 9 alongside Carl Watt. And there's the 8 of Tommy Welsh. So the weather's still set fair here. I think we'll get away with it now. I think it'll just be fairly overcast throughout the remainder of the action this afternoon. So this is our final pre-final with a B final following this, and then the 3 grand finals. Don't go anywhere if you're joining us live on Facebook or live on our YouTube channel. as the DRS 125s fire up and prepare to begin their pre-final. Ron Campbell-Pillin on the outside of the front row, Faulkner alongside him. So a lap and a half for them to stretch the legs, to get tyres temperature to where they need it to be. So these two will set the pace as they come out of the chicane. Who will blink first as they go over the line to start this 9 minute plus a lap race. They're not going to go this time, are they? Far too well stretched. Another rolling lap. We're just waiting for one to catch up, that's why. So the reason they've gone round again is the number 6 of Carl Watt was right at the back of the field, so he needs to come round and rejoin the rest of the drivers. Which is now done, and I think we will probably get underway this time. Towards the hanger straight, through the right-hander, and then through Wilkins. They're fairly well formed now. Will they be that way when they exit the next corner? It's Faulkner. They actually look very similar, don't they, helmet-wise, and their suits aren't tremendously different for the front two. Could get a bit tricky from a distance. Faulkner on the inside then of the front row. Campbell-Pillin is alongside him. Are they going to go this time? Yes, I think they are. Round they come then. Faulkner. Does he get in the first corner first? Yes, he does. Campbell-Pillin has to hold off the advances not only of the number 1 of Oliver Owen, but also of Tom Snape as well. Now, he's managed to do that as they go down to... false start. So I thought I didn't see the lights change, although they were very much racing when they came round through the right-hander at Cafe Corner. But it is a false start. We will go again. Third time of asking now for these DRS 125s. We may get a little finger wag from the officials here.
See, I got all correct.
Have you got your tally there?
Yeah, it's in.
Looked okay this time. Oh, that's why. Wasn't so clever, was it? We were already under the waved chevron flag for the false start as well. Right then, second time of asking. Inside for Faulkner, outside for Campbell-Pillin. Do the lights change? No, they didn't change, did they? Or did they? No, well, false start again. Yeah, the lights didn't change. I wouldn't be surprised if they stopped this. I won't be surprised if they stop this. They've had 3 goes at it. I don't know why that one didn't go. It looked fairly well formed, but if the official doesn't like it, doesn't start, I wouldn't be surprised if he stops this.
Every shot that you do.
He is stopping
so I
it.
kinda know
Oh
when
yeah,
you're gonna
should have been a clerk of the course.
cut, and I was like, okay.
He'll stop this, and they'll get a good telling off as well because the margins are fine, and everyone wants to get as much of an advantage as they possibly can. But they weren't 3 great starts, it has to be said, from our senior drivers. They're going to be stopped on halfway up the hanger straight, so Andy Cox has stopped them there. I'm assuming he's going to get them out. Oh, front 2 only. Oh, this will be interesting. So what's happening here? So Andy Cox has taken the front 2. See, in the good old days, it had been known to get the front 2 and put them to the back. If they couldn't behave themselves on the front row, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? I don't think he's going to do that for a minute. But I'm just keeping an eye. I think they're just checking that everyone's in the right place for a start. I think he's probably checking with... So I think that the likelihood is that... Here we go. So Campbell, Pilling and Faulkner are going to get told off. Which is fair enough. Andy Cox is checking that the rest of them are actually in the order. Like 2 schoolboys, aren't they? Campbell Pilling's nodding his head. Faulkner's just looking at him. So they'll be told to stop braking line of stern. They'll be told to stop braking formation. They'll be told that they're hitting the accelerator too early. They'll be told that they've got to be level when they come across the line. And now they'll have their say about it. And we'll go again. I think everybody else is where they're meant to be. And by the way, the front 2 will have taken no notice of that at all. I can absolutely guarantee that for you. That they will have heeded none of those instructions, and they will continue to try and get every possible little advantage they can do from the start of this race. Because they're competitors and they're winners, and they want to do what they can to win the race. So I'm sure it'll be slightly more orderly than it has been for the first 3 attempts, but I still don't imagine it'll be perfect. And I imagine that the official will just go, right, get on with it, lads. But they certainly won't lose any sleep off them. I must have had about 300 of those tellings off. So, back under some sort of order then. There's still a few dots of rain around, isn't there? I don't know if that's just on the camera lens there, but it's still a little bit overcast. We don't think the temperature's ever broke over 15 degrees or so today, so it's been quite a cool day. It's quite a stiff breeze still around as well, taking the drivers down the Stratford straight, but it means when they come up one way in the hanger straight, it's right in the faces. So, Faulkner and Campbell Pilling. Fourth time of asking, 5th time of asking, I can't remember. Can we get going this time? Keep your eyes on the lights, top of the screen. Here they go, we are away this time. And Campbell Pilling tries to go all the way around the outside, doesn't manage to do it. Faulkner's in the first corner first. Campbell Pilling runs a little bit wide. Tom Snape is alongside him, but I think he'll hold him off. He has just held him off. Snape then slots into 3rd. I think that Freddie Cox is through into 4th, but I think he's under pressure and there's a yellow flag. Why is he? Oh, there's contact. There's a lot of contact. There's not a big accident on the way through the... there's a red flag. There's a big accident on the way through the left-hander of Pitts Bend. So the race will be stopped. So whilst we were focusing on what was happening at the front of the field, there's a fairly big accident further down. Let's see the 2 drivers that it involves, but certainly I think there'll be a requirement for some medical attention down there. So the drivers will stop. I thought at start finish, yeah. So they're going to be stopped at start finish. We're going to have a couple. I can see all the drivers, and they're all, they're all moving around. So that's a real positive. Yeah, one of them sat down, and there is some medical support all going over there now. So hopefully there's not too much damage to the drivers. But yeah, they've all taken the helmets off now, so they're all look okay. But it looked a particularly nasty one. There was a car not the way up that it should have been. I think there's 3 karts involved down there. But yeah, we have a race stoppage then. Oh, so how many times are we going to have a go at getting this race done then? That's 5, attempt number 5 I think that was at the start of the race. We'll now be heading towards attempt number 6. I would imagine it will be a full restart. Drivers now decide whether to take their helmets off, or do they just have a wander around? Do they just... They'll have seen this all before, so it's not something that will particularly concern any of them. It'll just be more of an inconvenience than anything else to the drivers who want to get on with it. A couple of the drivers just talking through what's happened and their version of events. It was as they went through the left-hander of Pitts Bend. It's a flat-out left. It's a fast part of the circuit. As we were looking at the front 2 or 3, there was 3 karts, I think, and one of them has ended up well embedded into the tyre barriers. One has ended up on its roof. Yeah, looks like a nasty one, but I'm pleased to report that I think the drivers involved are okay. Oh, they're all on the feet. Brilliant stuff. Okay, so all the drivers involved are up. I think one of them might have a few bruises. If I'm honest, I'm not quite sure who it is. I'll try and get a look at the numbers as they come back towards us. Might be a bit of a process of elimination of who's left on there and who's not. There's one of them coming back to us now, so we'll definitely get one of the numbers as that kart gets pushed back along the short straight between Pitts Bend and Cafe Corner. And I always find this really interesting how they all approach this differently. So if you look now, there's a little committee meeting on the right-hand side of, I think, some of the more experienced drivers who are having a bit of a chat about it. Ron Campbell-Pilling is just sat in his car, which would probably be the same as what I would do. I won't really be interested in having a chat at this point, just get on with what I'm doing. The rest of them are now going to come over and go back into their car. So one of the numbers involved was the 324 of Roberto Manoni. So he's just heading underneath us now with a very damaged nose cone. Very bent nose cone, but he's absolutely fine because he's pushing that kart along. He's got a really nasty puncture to the front right as well. It's nearly off the rim. So that's taken a bit of impact. There's a single figure number over there as well, so I need to try and have a look at who that could possibly be. And then there's the one that ended up on its roof. So they're all going to get recovered, so we will get the numbers in a minute. And the rest of them are just, well, They're just having a bit of a committee meeting about it and a bit of a chat, with the exception of Ron Campbell-Pilling, who's very much focused on the job in hand. Now, what Ron Campbell-Pilling will be thinking is, right, Faulkner was away on both of those starts. How am I going to stop that? Do I need to get the jump on him? Do I need to be a bit more aggressive into Cafe Corner? Or do I just need to tuck myself in behind and try and fend off everybody else? Because that's ultimately what's costing the time. He had to fend off a couple, which meant that Faulkner just had, not a lot, but a couple of kart lengths for an advantage. And what we do know about Sam Faulkner is if you give him a couple of kart lengths advantage at the start of a race, he has got a habit of disappearing into the distance. So that's just something that I'm sure Ron Campbell-Pilling is considering now, what his tactic will be. The fact that this is the fifth, I think it's the fifth attempt at this start. He's had 5 goes at it, so we're going to get plenty of practice here. Right, so here are the other karts involved. So the first one is the one that was involved a little bit. I think it was involved a little bit further down the road. So this isn't the kart that was on its head. Oh, can you get me the number there? Number 9. Okay, so the number 9 of Kurt Fordry was involved. Now, where's the damage on that? A few tyre marks on the front, but they might have been there before. A few tyre marks on a side pod. Oh, chain's off. So it won't go very far. It's the other one that we really want to see. It's the other kart that's just heading through the gap now to come down to race up towards scrutineering, because that one's been on its roof. Very, very, very pleasing to see the drivers. That's the one we wanted. 326 it is. Oh, it's 326 of Peter Hugler. So Peter Hugler was the one. Now that has got some damage on it, so that's been upside down. So I would imagine the steering wheel, steering column, front nose cone, NASA panel probably all had a little bit of a battering. I'll get a good look. It's going to come right underneath me in a minute, so I'll get a decent look at the extent. Oh, it looks in pretty good nick, to be fair. I'll be right. Needs a new nose cone. Okay, right. So drivers are fine. Karts need a bit of repair, but that's okay. But we will have a restart with 3 less DRS 125 drivers. And all of a sudden, the schedule is out the window. So we'll be playing catch up a little bit with the timings. I'll keep you updated with that time. We obviously have an ability to make some time up between the gaps between the races. So I won't be surprised if we do finish on time. Now, what's happening here then? We'll try to drive it. Oh, they're all getting told off now. So initially, Faulkner and Ron Campbell-Pilling got told off. Now they're all in a huddle with the clerk of the course. I would imagine he's saying something along the lines of, boys, that's embarrassing. You're our senior drivers. And you've had 5 attempts at doing a start. And then you've all run into each other and one's ended up on its head. Behave yourselves. I would imagine will be the message. Something along them lines anyway. A few nods, a few hand gestures. Bit of yes sir, no sir, sorry Matt. We'll behave. A few laughs. Oh, we're laughing about it now. It can't be that bad. Okay, committee meeting over. Now we've got to get them all back into the right places. They could have been doing that when they were stood there having the little meeting. So now we're going to push them in the right places. And we're going to have another go. So I'm assuming this will be a full restart. I'm not stood next to Sam today, so I can't give you the inside scoop on it, but I'm assuming that it'll be a full restart. They've only done 20 seconds or so, haven't they, of the pre-final. We know we are without Roberto Manoni and Peter Hugler and Kurt Fordry, because those karts are all just in my eyesight here below us in Parc Fermé. Oh, it might take a bit more than a nose cone on Peter Hugler's car, 'cause I've just seen him spinning the back wheel, which is going up and down with a very bent axle on it. So that might need a little bit more work. We're still not quite right, are we? We're still not quite ready. I wonder if there's still... Oh, I was going to say there's still some work to be done over there on the circuit, but the marshals have all expertly cleaned everything up. Everything's nice and neat and tidy. I think we're pretty much ready for a restart, aren't we? Still just a couple of drivers in and ready to go. A couple still chatting about it and doing whatever they're doing. So they'll have to do another formation lap. So they'll go back round and effectively it'll be a full rerun, just minus the 3 drivers that were involved in the incident. There's a bit of pressure on these front 2 now, isn't there, to get this start right? Sam Faulkner on the inside of the front row. Rowan Campbell-Pilling, the DRS plate alongside him. Then Oliver Owen and Tom Snape. Row 3 is Freddie Cox. He actually made a really good start, didn't he, Freddie Cox? I think he was up to 3rd when that incident occurred. Firaz Bill Basie, 6th. Daniel Weir, 7th. Oscar Wormsley-Jones, 8th. Tommy Welsh is 9th. And Mark Lawrence is 10th.
I think they did, yeah.
So it doesn't look like we're really close to getting started, does it? There's a couple of drivers who are just sat on the tyres on the right-hand side of your screen. Tom Snape's over there. I think Mark Lawrence is over there as well. There's 3 or 4 that are in kart and ready to go. Faulkner's just stood at the front of the field, and Andy Cox is stood there as well. So for those that are just joining us, the race for the DRS 125 pre-final was stopped after an accident on the first lap. The drivers are absolutely fine. There's a couple of karts that are going to need a bit of remediation work, that's fair to say. And we had three false starts as well. So 3 false starts, an accident. We're now going to go for the 5th time of asking fairly shortly, I think. I'm just trying to have a look around and see if I can see any reason why we wouldn't be getting underway. It may be down to the medical cover. Sometimes if the drivers are being checked out, it means that you haven't got on-circuit cover and you need to have that on-circuit cover throughout. So is that what it is? There you go. I'm getting a nod and a thumbs up from the scrutineers. So that'll be what we're waiting for. So as at any motorsport event, we need to have medical cover on circuit now. A couple of drivers are just getting precautionary checks from the medical staff, which means that on-track medical assistance isn't quite in place yet. So as soon as that comes back, we will be ready to go. When that will be, I've not got a clue. So we will just hold on for a few moments and see. As soon as the action comes back, we'll be back with you, and we will talk you through the pre-final for the DRS 125, which I'm sure is not very far away. Okay, so it looks like we are now at the point where we will reconvene with the DRS 125 pre-final. Let's do a little time check. So we're probably running around about 30 minutes. It's probably cost us, and we'll undoubtedly make some of that time up through the gaps between the races. We're just waiting on the official nod now, just to make sure we've got that medical back up on circuit. And the pre-final will begin again. It'll be as we said, the 5th time of asking. So a little bit of pressure on the front two to get this start done and done well. They're all away for the formation lap. So if you just joined us, the initial race had a couple of false starts. It then had a rather big accident involving Roberto Minoni, Peter Hugler and Kurt Fordry. I'm pleased to report, or certainly on first glance, it looks like those drivers are okay. So that was red flagged, and then we've had this short stoppage, and we've just got restarted. I'm assuming they'll try and let them go first time if they possibly can do. It's sat for quite a long time, so everything will have dropped temperature, tyres, brakes. They're well formed as they go up the hanger straight. So Faulkner on your right hand side of your screen. He has the inside line for the Park Bend. Campbell Pilling alongside him. If he can stick it around the outside, he would then have the inside line for Cafe Corner. I think they'll be a little bit short of grip as they come round here. Where they're going to go, look at the lights. Yes, they're away at the first time of asking. Campbell Pilling tries to go on the outside, manages to hold on to that second place, and he is tucked up in behind Faulkner this time round. It's a much better start from Campbell Pilling. Will he have a little attack as they go down the hill? No. So, through the chicane for the first time, the race leader is Sam Faulkner, and we've said many times how good he is out from the front. He's got a slightly different complexion this time though, because he's got a very hungry Rowan Campbell Pilling just in behind him, and here comes Campbell Pilling down the inside. Can Faulkner hold on to take the inside line into the right-hander? No, and Campbell Pilling hits the front. Faulkner second. He's got pressure now from Oliver Owen, the champion from 2022. So Faulkner out front, swings left through the chicane, heads out up the hanger straight. Faulkner second. Owen behind them. Freddie Cox is in fourth, and down the inside goes Owen. So Owen has taken that second place away from Faulkner. Faulkner going backwards here at the moment. Might come under pressure from Freddie Cox as well. All playing into the hands of Rowan Campbell Pilling. Campbell Pilling then has Oliver Owen got the pace to close this gap on Rowan Campbell Pilling. That's about half a second at the moment. See what it is next time round and what sort of dent Owen can put into it. Faulkner third, Cox and Snape. Cox is there, isn't he? Close enough to Sam Faulkner. And Faulkner goes back to the inside. And Cox tries to follow him through as well. Is he going to make it stick? Oh, there's contact between Owen and Cox. Contact between Owen and Cox as they went through the left-hander there. It was quite a big impact as well from Freddie Cox into the barriers. We'll just make sure that everyone's okay. It'll be a waved yellow flag. It was one of them. You can see Freddie Cox climbing out of the car now. It was one of those where they both came out side by side. They just ran out of road, and we're going full course yellow. So they just ran out of road, the two of them. There was inevitable contact. Here we go then. So Faulkner down the inside. Cox tries to follow him through. Now at that point, as Cox won the corner, it's probably 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, if I'm perfectly honest. The corner's not won by either of them. They're both side by side. They're both... It's a tough one to judge. I wouldn't imagine there'll be any action. I think that will be seen as a racing incident, if I'm perfectly honest. Are we green again? I think we... yeah, we are green again. What that has allowed is it's just allowed Faulkner to reclose up onto the back of Campbell Pillin. Campbell Pillin had a lovely little advantage that was helped by Oliver Owen, who'd had a bit of a dabble with Faulkner, and the two of them had fallen back a little bit off the leader. Now, Faulkner's back on terms with Ron Campbell Pillin, so it's been a hard look for Campbell Pillin. Oh, we had it sewn up, didn't we? With 6 minutes to go. But anything can happen in a motor race. And what that has meant is Campbell Pillin has got to be looking over his shoulder here. Because Faulkner, fairly cool, calm and collected, been here before, is now just tucked up behind Campbell Pillin. Snape is third, Bill Basie has moved up into fourth, Oscar Walmsley-Jones going well in fifth. Then it's the number 8 of Tommy Welsh in sixth, and Daniel Weir is in seventh. So we know we've lost Freddie Cox. Oliver Owen has rejoined, but all the way down in 12th. Fastest lap of the race so far for Ron Campbell Pillin. He's having a good go at turning the screw here, isn't he? He's saying to Faulkner, if you want to get on terms with me, you've got to be very, very fast. And Faulkner hasn't quite got the answer yet. However, just think back to the first heat when Faulkner had to close a gap about the size that it is now. And as the race went on, he just ground Rowan Campbell Pillin down a little bit. He just started to edge back towards him, and then he was on the back bumper and he was through. He timed it to perfection as well. The only difference, the gap was 4 tenths last time, it's not 5 tenths, so Campbell Pillin is just ever so slightly edging. There's a driver that's stopped. I think it's Oscar Walmsley-Jones out of 5th. So Walmsley-Jones has stopped. He has on the exit of the Wilkins corner, just around start finish. So Oscar Walmsley-Jones looks like a technical problem for him. He has retired. The benefactor of that is Tommy Welsh, who's moved up into 5th place, and the 310 as well of Max Papworth is the top rookie driver, and he's up into 6th place. There you can see Oscar Walmsley-Jones just retreating back to the safety of the Marshall Porsche. You can see the car of Freddie Cox there as well. 6 tenths is the gap between Rowan Campbell Pillin and Sam Faulkner. Tom Snape third, Firas Bill Basie is 4th, and Tommy Welsh and Oliver Owen's back up into 6th. So what a good recovery that is from him. He's got Tommy Welsh just in front of him as well, so he's got an opportunity to make another place there. Here are the leaders. At the moment, it just doesn't look like him who's making that move. Oliver Owen and Tommy Welsh. It doesn't look like Faulkner's got the sort of pace that he needs here. Tom Snape is only half a second or so further back from Faulkner. But at the moment, they haven't quite got the answers, have they, to this young man's pace. Faulkner needs to find something a little bit special. 8 tenths of a lap. He's going to need 3 tenths, isn't he? Based on the time that's got left in the race, he's going to need to be 3 tenths a lap faster than Ron Campbell Pillin. We just can't see him dragging in that sort of gap in the 90 seconds or so that remain. The gap's up anyway. Faulkner's lost another couple of tenths, and this is a good statement from Campbell Pillin. It's a great reaction and response from Ron Campbell Pillin. Snape third, Bill Basie 4th, Oliver Owen recovering into 5th, and Welsh 6th. Hapworth and Williams 7th and 8th, and then Carl Watt and Mark Lawrence is 10th. So an action-packed, an incident-packed DRS 125 pre-final. Further down, including Carl Watt trying to get past Ryan Williams, the 327. So 30 seconds to go here, plus that final lap. Leaders are already through the chicane. That last time was still around about a second. In fact, Snape is coming back a little bit at Sam Faulkner in second place. So it was 1-0 to the experience of Sam Faulkner in Heat 1. However, we're about to see an equaliser from Rowan Campbell-Pilling. He's driven away at the front here. He's a very special young talent, there's no doubt about that. And he's into the chicane once more, goes left and then ducks right and out and up the hill. He's about to start his final lap. He goes through. Just have a look at this battle for second as well, because there you can see the gap. And Snape has come right back at Faulkner in these closing stages. And it's just not really happening for Sam Faulkner in this pre-final. And Snape now is going to put him under pressure in the closing stages. Does he go to the inside here? No. He'll stick him behind. He'll try and get a run down the Stratford straight and into the Stratford hairpin. Faulkner looks over his shoulder now. A little bit of nerves from Sam Faulkner, who has to defend, and he may have just left himself liable to something on the way into the chicane. He holds him off just once more. Faulkner's second. He's going to have to do it in the last corner, you would imagine. Tom Snape, if he's going to find a way through. Faulkner looks over his shoulder again. Into the last corner they come. Will he ever dive down the inside? Faulkner tries to block it off. I think he's just done about enough here to keep Snape at arm's distance. He has indeed. But Rowan Campbell-Pilling then comes through to win the pre-final for the DRS 125s. It is Sam Faulkner in second. It is Tom Snape in third place. What we do know is that the schedule has now been moved 30 minutes behind because of that incident. We won't be making the time up. We'll just be running the programme today effectively at a 30-minute delay. So that will mean that the DRS 62s, which was due for 3:30. Oh, sorry, the DRS 100B final, which is next due out at 3:10, will go out at 20 to 4 in about 7 minutes' time. So it just has the knock-on effect of knocking everything back 30 minutes.
you'll start grid 25. Okay, the winner of this race gets the trophy, and then it's points second, and obviously further on with that. So there is a chance to get out of this B final and get yourselves onto the back of the grand final. Okay, everybody clear? Yeah, sorted.
Yeah, thanks for that.
All right, no worries. And let's have a better race than the seniors. Oh my God. Oh God.
Just lasted a bit of a
No, they were all panicking that they're going to run out of fuel.
So they did what, 5 warming up laps?
Yeah. I thought it was like, oh my God. Longest race of the weekend.
That is definitely the longest race. Takes the trophy. I'll be releasing more out in a minute.
So the DRS 100B final, the opportunity for those drivers who've had a tough day for one reason or another, drivers that might have had some mechanical problems or may have been involved in an incident on track and just haven't gathered enough points to qualify for the main grand final for the DRS 100s. But there is an opportunity here for the driver that wins this race to join the back of that grid. And plenty of drivers in here who have certainly capabilities and pace in normal circumstances to put themselves in a good position. Led out by Hudson Cross. There's 7 drivers in total in this B final, which takes place over 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Who can extend their day's racing today? We'll see. In around 10 or 11 minutes time, it's Hudson Cross on the inside the front row. Dorian Malek is alongside Hudson. Ben Thorley and Liam Karbalov. Liam Karbalov must have a decent chance here, you would imagine. Xander Hughes and Ethan Whitlam. Ethan Whitlam we saw not be able to complete even the formation lap. Oh, and here is a problem for Hudson Cross, right then. So the pole man hasn't left the starting blocks yet. Sort of problem. Is it change of spark plug? Gonna have a little change of spark. Now, how long do they wait for this? So they'll certainly go around again, because that's been the order of the day for all the classes. So that's a change of spark plug for Hudson Cross. Let's see if that does this. Trying to get the cap on. There you go. That's done the job. Now, I'm sure they will wait for him now because he's only half a lap behind. He'll have had half a lap less of formation lap. See what I would be doing here. If I was at the front of this field now, I'd be pushing them along a little bit, probably till about here, and then saying, right, form yourselves up quickly, let's go. I don't think they will do that. I think they will go around again. It's going to be joined. Actually, one short, aren't we? We should have had 7. We've got 6. So we're going to go around again. Give them a chance to get fully formed up. So I've been given an up-to-date schedule as well. So DRSB final 15:40, which we expected. So the DRS 62 grand final is now scheduled for 4:05. 4 for the DRS 125 final, and 4:45 for the DRS 100 grand final as well. Trophy presentation will be shortly after the conclusion of that grand final. So, the final just about to get underway. Will it go this time? Yeah, I think it does go this time. And it looks as if, so Hudson Cross certainly hasn't got into the first corner first. It's Dorian Malek that's got into that first corner first. I think Karbalov just behind them, the 130. Plenty of time here for these drivers. Don't need to do anything too silly too early. Because remember, it's just the one driver that's going to get promoted into the A final. That's the last race of the day as well. The DRS 100 A final now scheduled for 4:45, just around about an hour's time from now. Yeah, a good squabble, aren't they, over this top placing at the moment. We head round absolutely together to complete the first lap. We've had just under a minute. So Cross it was who went through first last time around. Here comes Karbalov, and there was a little bit of contact, I think, and there is contact, and Cross is spun round. I think there's been further contact as well as they've gone through, but it was just ran out of road, I think, and tried to get back in to the tarmac. Here we go. Just, oh, there we go. There's not much in that, is there? A little bit of contact there. There's an awful lot in it, I don't think, from a contact perspective. Maybe just ran onto the less grippy part of the circuit, and whether there was a slight glance between Karbalov and Cross. It meant that he spun round. He was in a fairly vulnerable position to the oncoming traffic as well. They have all managed to continue. I thought, oh, penalty for Liam Karbalov. Oh, so there must have been something seen there in terms of the contact. So Liam Karbalov, despite leading this B final, despite potentially going on to win it, oh, he's got very, very wide there as Karbalov. Despite potentially winning it, he's probably unlikely to win it now, whatever happens, because he's going to be subject to a penalty. Unless it's a time penalty, you might have to extend a big lead here. If he can go and win it by 5 or 6 seconds, it might be a time penalty that he serves, but certainly a very strange scenario here. Not sure how much contact. I mean, what the officials will have is the benefit of the replays and the angles, and if they have seen a little bit of contact that's effectively spun him round, especially, it depends where the karts were. If Cross was ahead of him going around that corner, he's tagged the back of Cross, then yeah, he's probably looking at a penalty for that. It looked like they were pretty much alongside each other, but he'd only had the benefit of the one replay, and it was from behind as well. So we will see what the officials make from an official ruling perspective. So at the moment, the gap between Karbalov and Malek is around about 3/4 of a second. It's Spenthal in behind them. It's Zender Hughes is in 4th. It's Ethan Whitlam in 5th. And then I think Harry Cross is still going. Yes, he is. Still circulating in 6th place. So the driver that didn't make it out was Henry Pomeran's door, I think. So still plenty of time here. We've just got over half distance remaining. The gap's still 7/10 between first and second. the battle for third and fourth. Ethan Whitlam isn't a million miles behind these two either. You can just see him come into shot there. I'm just seeing Hudson Cross just come back through as well at the back of the field. So here's this battle for third and fourth. A little bit closer this time, Xander Hughes, isn't he? And the gap between first and second remains just about, well, it was 7/10 last time out. It's just dropped to 5/10. So has Karbloff made a little mistake there? Malek just closed up a couple of tenths of a second last time round. Still very much in this, Dorian Malek, the gap being half a second. And two further back, some 4 or 5 seconds down the road, so it does look like a battle between the front two. Thorley is still third. Minutes or so still remain here. So those who just joined us, we're about 30 minutes behind the original schedule. We're expecting the DRS 62, the first of the grand finals, to follow this race. The first of those grand finals, about 4:05 is the scheduled off time. 4:25, 20 minutes after that is the grand final for the DRS 125s. And the DRS 100s at 4:45. So front two here, still separated by about 4.5 tenths of a second now, as Malek just starts to edge a little touch closer again. Now interestingly, Dorian Malek may not need to win this race to go through to the main final, because we are aware that Liam Karbloff will be facing a penalty for a move that involved him taking the lead from Hudson Cross in the early stage of this race. But Dorian Malek won't know that. So by not knowing that, he will certainly feel like he has to attack in the closing stages here. So the gap between Karbloff and Malek did a fastest lap last time round, so he's certainly showing the pace here. He's going really strongly as this race has developed. Looked to have lost a little bit of time, but seems to have certainly made that up now. And we're into the last 90 seconds or so of this B final. So over the line goes Liam Karbloff. Now, the gap was 4 tenths of a second. It's gone up a little bit this time. So a decent response from Liam Karbloff. But will he join the back of the main final? That is the question. I would imagine not. There was a penalty called by the officials. Incident involving himself and Hudson Cross. Hudson Cross is still circling, by the way, back in 6th place, and Xander Hughes is ahead of him. He's actually lost a place as Hughes to Ethan Whitlam. Ben Thorley is still up in 3rd. There's some 9 seconds behind these front two. Certainly these two have been the class of the field in terms of pace. But what order will they finish in? Well, it looks to me as if Karbalov has just about headed off any advances from Dorian Malek. Malek, who had started to edge closer, hadn't he? Had started to put in a string of fastest laps. But Karbalov has just held him at arm's length in the last 2 or 3 laps. Gap's now 7/10 of a second, fairly comfortable for Karbalov. And still just that question of what is the penalty? How severe is the penalty? What's the impact of the penalty on extending his day's racing? But he's on the final lap now. And Malek going to finish 2nd, but probably going to be promoted to 1st, and probably doesn't need to close this gap anymore. Karbalov into the chicane for the final time then. He'll swing right and up the hill for the last time. Into Wilkins, turns left, heads towards the checkered flag, and he wins the B final for the DRS 100s. The rest of it will be dealt with, I'm sure, and agreed in the stewards' offices. But for now, provisionally, as the screen says, Liam Karbalov has won the B final for the DRS 100s. That will mean that he takes his place on the back of the A final. So Karbalov, Malek, Thorley, Ethan Whitlam, Xander Hughes and Hudson Cross.
transponder on that?
Oh shit.
Wait, does he?
No.
Oh my god.
That'll
Dad,
be
run!
alright. That'll be back.
Dad, he's gonna be at the thing.
You've got 6 minutes, yeah? You've got 6 minutes, Ask you be fair. Don't worry.
That was lucky.
So by the road.
You don't see anyone. Don't work like that.
Boys, can we show these grown-ups how it's meant to be done?
No pressure.
Look, mate. Look,
What time do we go out?
look,
5 past.
we're not letting you out at all. That's it. You're grounded. You've got 5 minutes.
Yeah. We'll take something off someone else's.
You'll be fine. Don't panic. It's failing anyway.
That's relaxed, isn't it? That's relaxed.
On the dummy grid,
Yeah.
he was zoned, he was asleep.
Down there. On the runaway. Where? We went there before. Runaway down there. Where the hill goes up.
You need a hand, Ray, or you alright?
Alright, so mate.
Sorry, didn't mean to make you panic.
Is it the right transponder? That's in behind on the
It's all sort of huh? As long as you didn't want me to come back. The race would be finished.
Right.
No. What you don't realise, that bit invisible wing down the bottom, that's where it is. It just puts the heat over it, or the lemon juice, and it shows up.
No, this is the first.
So 3 grand finals left to go. The first of those grand finals, the youngest of our drivers, the DRS 62s. We've had a heat win and a pre-final win for Oscar Walsh. Can he make it a treble? So Oscar Walsh with Aston Redpath alongside. Oscar Roach is third, Harley Drake is fourth. Then it's the 2 academy drivers, so Jacob Sulk on the inside of row 3, Carter Inskip Clarkson on the outside of row 3. You'd expect those 2 to battle it out for the academy prizes. Lucas Esser is on the inside of row 4, and Neo Lizu is on the outside of that row, and Ruben Jenkins and Clayton Salton on row 5. The last of the runners is Kai Sidhu. Starts 11th on the grid. So we move to 12 minutes plus a lap. So those just tuning in now I can tell you that we're about half an hour behind schedule due to an incident in the DRS 125 pre-final. That delayed us a little while. We're just about holding a 30-minute delay to proceedings, which means that the DRS 125 grand final will be around about 25 past 4. And the DRS 100 grand final scheduled for 4:45. The trophy presentation will follow shortly after the final race of the day. So here come our DRS 62 drivers. So Walsh and Redpath on the front row. And the reigning champion just showing his class throughout the day. It wasn't the quickest in time qualifying this morning, but since then, although he hasn't run away with the heat and the pre-final, they've been fairly close, done enough and shown his true champion mentality, and we'll be looking to get a nice big points total for the day. The lights are red and go green, and into the first corner first goes Oscar Walsh. Will Redpath just try and stick it around the outside and then hope for an inside line into Cafe? He doesn't manage to get past the leader, but he has held on to second place. It looks like Oscar Roach is into third. So where's Harley Drake ended up in all that? Has he come through one very, very wide on the way through the Stratford hairpin? And then to the chicane for the first time then. 3 of them out front, very close together. It's Walsh, Redpath and Roach. And here comes Aston Redpath, and here comes Oscar Roach down the inside of Oscar Welsh, and Welsh goes from first to third in the space of one corner, as we often see here. And here's Harley Drake as well, so don't just rule him out just yet. We said in the pre-final, didn't we, as very wide goes Oscar Roach. Made a little mistake through Cafe Corner, run very, very wide, certainly outside track limits on the way out of Cafe Corner, and he's lost a place as well to Oscar Walsh. So Walsh will now set his sights back again on Aston Redpath. So it's the number 9 and the number 1, first and second. And here comes Walsh again. So he wasn't behind for long, was he? In fact, exactly one lap that Oscar Walsh was away from the lead. He's now put himself firmly back in front of this race. And here comes Harley Drake as well, down the inside of Oscar Roach. Can he switch to the inside and take advantage of a wide line from Roach on the exit? Not this time, but he is putting pressure on Oscar Roach, is Harley Drake. Roach and Drake both go a little bit wide through the right-hander at Stratford. Oh, there's contact between the two of them. And that has meant that Oscar Roach is off the circuit in the chicane. We were very close to it, weren't we? I think it was a little bit of a dive down the inside from Harley Drake. It's a really strange place to try and attempt an overtaking manoeuvre in the chicane. And they've come to blows where there's only really room for one kart to take the racing line in there. And there's a black flag for Harley Drake. So the officials have deemed that to be, here we go, let's have a look. So Oscar Roach probably got the inside line. Oh yeah, it's not great. Yeah, it's not great. Fairly unceremoniously dumped out of the chicane. And the penalty for Harley Drake is a black flag, so he will see that. He'll have to come into the pits. He will not take any further part in this race. It means that we've got two-kart battle for the lead, still with 8.5 minutes to go here. Two-kart battle for the lead, and then Lucas Ezra, who's been promoted all the way up into third place, so could be a potential podium here for Lucas Ezra. Just make sure that Harley Drake has acknowledged that black flag. He has. He now enters the pits, and Lucas Ezra will carry on his merry way. I'm sure very, very pleased to be into the top three. The battle behind then, so the Daniel Ricciardo Academy battle is currently being led by Carter Inskip Clarkson. Just behind him is Neo Luozu. So that's still very much up for grabs as well. Not an awful lot between those two. Half a second covers them. And then just behind them, and not a million miles away from them, is Ruben Jenkins as well, the 139. He's third of the Academy drivers at the moment. 7th on the road. And Aston Redpath leads the race with, we're not even at half distance yet. It feels like all kinds has happened in this DRS 62 Grand Final. Harley Drake is demoted to the paddock. Did Oscar Roach get restarted? No, he didn't. I'm just looking down at his kart there. So it'll have to be a drop score for those two. The drivers can drop their worst heat, their worst pre-final, and their worst final. So all is not lost, but you certainly wouldn't be wanting to come out of round one knowing that you're going to have to drop that as one of your scores. Doesn't give you much margin for error for the rest of the season. But a long, long way to go, and a long way to go in this race for these two leaders. Lucas has a very lonely third. He just needs to circulate really to claim that third position. I don't think he's at any threat in front or behind at the moment. But there could be a lot to be said here between these two. Still a long, long way to go as Redpath just relinquishes the lead once more, and a penalty for Carter Inskip Clarkson. So what's he done out there? Something that he wasn't meant to do. So he's currently leading the Daniel Ricciardo Academy, 4th on the road. And he's going to receive a penalty as well. Now, if that's a time penalty, what's he got? He's got 2-second advantage at the moment over Neo Luozu. So very dramatic DRS 62 Grand Final. An awful lot's happened, and we still turn our attention to this front two. Had 2 retirements. So here is Oscar Walsh. He's completed 7, nearly 8 laps of this race. Still got 5 minutes to go. There's nothing between them, is there? The lead two, Redpath and Walsh, absolutely together as they come round to complete another lap. Lucas Esser is a further 5 or 6 seconds behind as Neo Luozu receives a warning, the 132. He's currently in 5th place. He's the 2nd of the Daniel Ricciardo Academy drivers. Behind him is Jacob Sulk. Behind them, 7th on the road and 4th in the academy is Clayton Salton. Doing a good job up in 7th place at the moment. He's got past Ruben Jenkins, who drops to 5th in the academy class and 8th overall. Kai Sidhu is behind them, and then the 2 retirements of Harry Drake and Oscar Roach. There's another penalty, so Jacob Sulk receives a penalty as well, so not sure who's going to win this DRS Academy Grand Final by the time they've applied all the penalties. Kicking lumps out of each other at the moment. So we've got 3.5 minutes remaining here. And Oscar Walsh is back out front. They've swapped the lead at several different opportunities. But for the last few laps, he's done enough, hasn't he, Oscar Walsh? He's kept himself ahead of Aston Redpath, but he's still there, and you do get the impression that Aston Redpath is maybe just biding his time here. Certainly doesn't need to make an attack just yet. Just staying there, he can wait probably another minute or so at least, and just maybe try and spring something of a surprise. He can also spend time behind Oscar Walsh, just working out where is the best place to overtake. Now remember, that's not always the place where you're quickest on the circuit. It's sometimes the place before the place where you are quickest, so you can try and build that buffer. They're also going to come across the back marker as well here. And they're going to hit him right in the middle of that hairpin. It cost a little bit of time to Oscar Walsh. He's managed just to stay ahead, hasn't he, of Aston Redpath up the hill into the chicane. Now we're down to 2 minutes to play here. Lucas Esser is still third, don't worry about that. And it's still Carter, Inskip, Clarkson, who I think is going, well, we know will receive a penalty. He's nearly 5 seconds ahead of Jacob Sulk, who is also going to receive a penalty as well. So really tough to work out who's going to win that. Depends on the severity of the penalties, you would imagine. So Walsh and Redpath, where are they? Here they come, first and second. Less than 90 seconds now. So if Aston Redpath is going to plot a way past, he could do with doing it now. Could do with doing it very shortly. Maybe it will be into Wilkins as over his shoulder looks Oscar Walsh. They're heading up the hanger corner now. Here he goes then into Wilkins as the door firmly shut in his face by Oscar Walsh. So Redpath just started to show his intentions there. Certainly showed that he's going to have a go. He's got two laps to go. This will be really tight. Whether it is 2 laps to go next time round or they get another one in. Be really close this. So it may be 3 to go, maybe 2 to go. As Walsh, and mechanical for somebody as well there. So mechanical flag for one of the drivers. I don't think it's either the front two. Ezra is still in third. Here are the leaders as they pop out of the chicane. So the first question is, will they cross the line before the time is up? It'll be very, very tight, I would imagine. Into the left-hander again. Just having a look at them, just had the one mechanical flag has come in. So they're going to cross the line. This is close, isn't it? So yes, they have. So it's last lap. So it is the last lap this time. So right then, has he got a way through Aston Redpath? What have you got, Aston? In the closing stages as the 1-1-1 of Jacob Sulk just rejoins the field. Have you got anything into the last corner? A little bit wide from Oscar Walsh. Made a little mistake, but he's still held on to the lead. He's now got Redpath almost alongside him as they head to the chicane. It's going to have to be Wilkins. It's the only place now that it's going to be done. And I don't think Redpath is close enough. He has a look over his shoulder, Oscar Walsh. He'll know that Redpath's not quite there yet, but he's cruising onto the back bumper. Will he dive down the inside? There's not quite enough room for him to do it. It's going to be Oscar Walsh then. He comes through the left-hander for the final time. Looks at the checkered flag, and Oscar Walsh wins the grand final for the DRS 62, second place for Aston Redpath. Lucas Esser is going to come through in third. He's not quite there yet. Here he comes now into the checkered flag. A third place finish for him. It's going to be Carter Inskip Clarkson who's first on the road. However, that's going to be worked out, I am not sure. It was second in the DRS Academy for Neo Liutsu. And then behind him was Ruben Jenkins. But it's Oscar Walsh then. He won the first heat, he won the pre-final, he's won the final as well. It's a wonderful start to the defence of his championship. Oscar Walsh is a DRS 62 winner once again here at round one of the Daniel Ricciardo Series at Shenington. So we're on the grid for the start of the DRS 125 Grand Final. I'll grab a chat with Andy Cox while I'm here. Andy, I've been billing this as like old versus young. I know, but it works, doesn't it? It's we've got some graduates from DRS 100. It's nice to see those drivers progress through the different stages of the series, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've now got drivers that have started off in DRS 62, then gone DRS 100, ex-champion from DRS 100. Sam, I think, won all three. Yeah. So it's all looking good, looking a lot healthier. It's great to see a senior grid, and it looks good with the DRS 100. That's a bumper grid, and we just need to build up the cadets, and the whole process is going to start again, and then this is what we have.
And we're back at Shenington, a great old historic kart track here. What was the rationale for bringing the series back here?
Well, we always try to alternate one of the circuits every year. Obviously there's many series taking place in the UK these days, and we haven't got lots of new tracks, so we just try to alternate it, and it's about track availability. But it's fantastic circuit here. It's where I started racing years and years ago. You can see, it's nice to see some improvements they've made with the fencing and the curbs. So it's always great for racing, Shenington.
Good stuff, and we'll leave you to enjoy the DRS. I think we haven't got a couple of minutes. We're getting told to move, so we'll head over this way. Then. So we had first blood to Sam Faulkner in the first heat. An equaliser from Rowan Campbell-Pilling in the pre-final. And the two of them will go head-to-head in this grand final for the DRS 125s. Tom Snape and Firas Bilbezi. Now, Tom Snape came on really strongly, didn't he, at the end of the pre-final? Put Sam Faulkner under a lot of pressure. So if he can get a good start as well, won't rule Tom Snape out here. Firas Bilbezi is alongside him on the second row. Tommy Welsh and Max Papworth are on row 3. Ryan Williams and Kyle Watt are on row 4. There's some quick drivers to come from a little bit further back here. Oliver Owen inside of row 5. Look out for him. Oscar Walmsley-Jones, the outside of row 7. Keep an eye on him. And Freddie Cox, the inside of row number 8. He'll be looking to pick up as many points as he possibly can. So they're under the waved yellows, but they're heading round to hopefully get us underway. It's a front two that we've seen all weekend here. Campbell-Pilling and Faulkner. To the line they go. The lights are out. And it is Rowan Campbell-Pilling who cuts across first. Does Faulkner manage to get through into second place? He does. So Campbell-Pilling leads. Second place for Sam Faulkner. Firas Bilbezi is through into third place as they stream down fourth in last year's championship. Bilbezi now just tucked in behind Sam Faulkner. So they stream up towards the Hanger curve. The Hanger corner for the first time. Flat out right-hander. Gets themselves set again for the right at Wilkins, and then out they go. Now I wonder if Faulkner feels he has to attack early here. We saw Campbell-Pilling, well, he did to Faulkner what Faulkner's been doing to everyone else for a long time. He drove away at the start of the race. I wonder if Faulkner just thinks, I've got to put in a couple of really blinding laps here. I've got to stay on top of Campbell-Pilling. I've got to try and find a way past and keep him at bay. I wonder if that's the intention. It'd certainly be what my strategy would be, what I'd be thinking about right now. How can I find a way past him and just keep him behind me, just keep him close? Because if I let him have 2 or 3 kart lengths, he's already shown an ability to drive away at the front here. He's got a couple of kart lengths advantage now. He's not quite scampering away at the pace that he did in, for example, the pre-final. So Campbell-Pilling then, it is who leads. Faulkner is second. 2 kart lengths between the two of them. Bilbezi third, still there or thereabouts. Oh, there's a problem. There's a problem for Campbell-Pilling. There's a problem for Rowan Campbell-Pilling. He's slowing, he's stopping, he's out of the race. Rowan Campbell-Pilling has stopped. What has happened there? It's some sort of technical problem. He stopped on the access road at the end of the Stratford Straight. The race leader, he looked slow when he came off the left-hander at Pitts Bend. He looked wide at the left-hander at Pitts Bend. He is out of this race. Rowan Campbell-Pilling. And what's on? There's contact further back as well. So there's further back involving Faulkner. So Faulkner's now at the back of the field. I didn't see it, I just heard it. I heard the screech of tyres. Here it is then. They came over the line. Bill Basie looks down the inside. Yeah, he's there or thereabouts, isn't he? Oh, they've not given each other room. See, I think Firas Bill Basie is well within his rights to go down the inside there. I don't think there's much in it. I think he's got more than half a cart length down the inside. It's a very fast corner. You've got to bear that into consideration. But Faulkner probably needs to give him a little touch of room just to protect his own race as well. Well, while all that's been happening, the benefactor is Tom Snape, because Snape is out front here by some distance as well. And what a promotion for Carl Watt, who's up into second place. So we build this being about the likes of Faulkner and Campbell-Pilling, and all of a sudden neither of those are in the frame. Faulkner's way down in 10th place at the moment, and Campbell-Pilling is out of the race. I wonder if it's really a place to throw a chain either for Rowan Campbell-Pilling. It looks like it's got to be something mechanical, there's no question of that, but it might take us a couple of minutes to unpick that last lap. Certainly Campbell-Pilling's had some sort of technical problem, some sort of mechanical failure. I'd be amazed if he's thrown a chain off. Just at that point of the circuit, really weird place to do that. No contribution from a curb or anything like that as he headed through the pit bend. But certainly something technical for him. And then within half a lap, when it looked like Sam Faulkner would probably scamper away and go on to win the race, Firas Bill Basie, to be fair to Firas Bill Basie, his mindset would probably then have been, right, I need to get Sam Faulkner behind me. I think it's a race incident, but listen, I am not the official, so I do not make those calls, nor would I want to. Interesting stuff. Now, the other thing to consider here is just look at some of the other drivers. So Freddie Cox, for example, has come from 15th on the grid. He's now up to 4th, Freddie Cox. He's got Oliver Owen in front of him, and they've got Carl Watt in front of them. Beyond Carl Watt, 1.8 seconds further up the road, is Tom Snape. Now, I'm not saying they're going to have the pace to catch Tom Snape, because they've been good pace, really good pace. Probably need 2 or 3 tenths of a lap to close this gap to Tom Snape. But what they have done is they've managed to get past Carl Watt, so they've just disposed of Watt on the last lap. They went through together. Oliver Owen went through, and then Freddie Cox went through, and Oliver Owen's just on the fastest lap of the race. So 2.2 seconds is the gap between first and second, and that's what we need to look at now. So we've got, what, 6.5 minutes still to go. We've still got half race distance. They haven't got the pace to catch him, surely. Surely not. This next 2 laps will tell us. It'll give us an indication. So Snape, 2.2 seconds down the road. Oliver Owen, I'll tell you what, if Freddie Cox wins this race, it'll probably be the greatest comeback we've seen in DRS history, because he started on the back row effectively. So, 2.3 seconds is the gap now. I was going to say if they got the pace, no, they've just lost another 10. So, good reaction from Tom Snape. As we're getting excited, Tom Snape just thinks, well, you can calm down, because I can turn in more competitive lap times if I need to. I've got a little bit in reserve. And that is a very comfortable position to be in. So Snape, and now Cox ahead of Oliver Owen. So right then, Penny, what have you got in terms of getting after the leader? 2.3, it's now 2.5 the gap, which would have been the making the overtaking manoeuvre would have been the reason why that gap has gone up ever so slightly. So Snape and Cox and Owen and Watt and Welsh and Papworth, who's the first of the Grandmaster drivers. Sam Fulton's up to 7th, so he's recovering quite well. Williams is 8th, and Morris and Jones is 9th, and Mary is 10th. We're going to be telling what this roll of Campbell Killing. It is a blow for Campbell Killing. He's going to want to count his score. Again, doesn't leave him an awful lot of margin for error for the remainder of the season. 2.5 was the gap, 2.4, so they're taking a 10th. Now let me try and work my maths out here. What will they need? So they're going to need 2.4 seconds, and they've probably got 6 laps, 7 laps maybe. Gonna be a lot. 3 tenths a lap. More than that, isn't it? 4 tenths a lap maybe to close the gap. I don't think he's going to have that sort of pace. I think it's going to need some sort of error from Tom Snape to bring him back. And this will be an indicator here. 2.4 was the gap. Crossing the line now. Taking a little bit, haven't they? 2.2. So 2 tenths taken. And what I would say is if they can get within a second, I think the last half a second certainly can come very quickly, because it just does. It just does. When you close a gap that much, the last bit's always the easiest bit to get. I don't know if that's momentum or mindset or just the progress that you've made, but you generally do close it. Now, the worst thing here would be for Oliver Owen to try and go past Freddie Cox, especially if they are closing this gap ever so slightly. 2.2 was the gap, still 2.2, so no, it doesn't look like they're going to get there, does it? Here is Faulkner in the same corner that he came to blows with Firaz Bilbezi. Where's Bilbezi, by the way? He's down 11th at the moment. Quite a few moves today where I think on reflection, if the drivers had just taken a moment to think it's the first race of the season, let's not do anything silly, would those moves have been made, or would the opposition driver give them a bit more space, because there's been none given and none taken really, has there, from a reasonableness in terms of giving overtaking manoeuvres a little bit of space this weekend. And for the first race of the season, first weekend of 7, it's not always the smartest ploy. So the gap between Snape and Cox is 1.9 seconds, so it is coming down. It's not coming down very quickly, but it is coming down. What have you got, Freddie, in your locker now? Have you got one unbelievable lap which drops it to 1.5 seconds, and then another one drops it to 1 second, and all of a sudden Snape might get a little bit twitchy. I don't think it's going to happen, by the way, with the 2 minutes that we've got left. But Cox is certainly faster than Watt and Owen. In fact, I think Watt has just got back past. He has. So good work from Carl Watt, who will want that place on the podium for sure. 1.8 seconds, Freddie Cox to Snape. Wonder what sort of role Freddie Cox would have played in this final if he wasn't all the way down. If he'd have been in the front 2 or 3 rows, you'd have fancied him to certainly be up there with Tom Snape. We've got just over a minute to go here. Is Freddie Cox getting any closer? He looks a little bit close, doesn't he? 1.8 seconds was the gap last time round. What is it now? It is 1.6. So it's down another couple of attempts. He's going to need another 5 or 6 laps here. He's not going to get them. But he's certainly pushing. Is Freddie Cox. He's certainly trying. 1.6 seconds. Snape just has a little token look over his right shoulder. He's got 2.5 laps left to go here. So it's going to take a mistake. I think that's fair to say. What a good drive from Carl Watt, by the way. Up into 3rd. It looks like he's just got the measure of Oliver Owen, the champion. Faulkner back up to 5th. Super drive from him. Champion's drive from him, it has to be said, to recover that sort of ground after being off in that instant with Firas Bilbezi. So we've got 2 laps to go here. Gap, fastest lap for Freddie Cox. 1.4 seconds the difference then. Snape and Cox. And we're about to head on to the final lap of this race. If he gets it to within a second, he's done a mighty fine job, Freddie Cox. Watt in 3rd, Owen in 4th. Will he come under pressure from Faulkner at the end? Probably not. The gap's pretty big between those two. In fact, Watt just started to close the gap slightly on Cox, hasn't he? 1 lap to go then. What's the gap now? Ooh, 1.2 seconds. He's going to get it under a second, isn't he? Really good work from Freddie Cox. I tell you what, if he had another 4 or 5 laps, this would be very close. It'd be a grandstand finish from Freddie Cox on Tom Snape. But Tom Snape's done a good job, hasn't he? Yes, he's had a little bit of fortune. He's managed to get a little bit of luck from those around him, falling over each other, and the retirement for Campbell Pillin. But you've still got to be there or thereabouts to take advantage, and he's done that. Tom Snape then will open his account for 2023 with a victory at round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. He wins the DRS 125 Grand Final. Freddie Cox, a super drive all the way from 15th on the grid up to 2nd place. Carl Watt, a very deserved podium as well. Oliver Owen in 4th. Sam Faulkner, a good recovery to 5th. It's the number 8 of Tommy Welsh who comes home in 6th place. So just a short turnaround for 4 or 5 minutes for the grand final for the DRS 100s. So they will be about to get themselves ready for action. We'll look through the DRS 100 classified results, obviously subject to any appeals or any scrutineering checks. And of course, any penalties that the officials may deem to be appropriate from that race. It takes a little bit of sorting out to do from that, wasn't there? There was an awful lot of incident in that DRS 125 Grand Final. Interesting stuff. But a real spectacle, it has to be said. The 125s, if that's the marker today, we could be in for some very, very interesting racing from our senior class. I'm just looking, I'll have a quick look at Rowan Campbell Pillin's Ricciardo kart as it comes past and just see if I can see what the problem was, what the technical issue was for him last time. He's exited from the lead, remember. He had a couple of kart lengths, didn't he? It was a long way to go, but he was certainly doing everything he needed to do at that time. I don't think there's a chain hanging off it. We'll have a look as he comes past and we'll then turn our attention to the last race of the day. So thank you to all those that have stuck with us, those that have watched live on our Facebook or YouTube channels. The last race of the day, then the final of the DRS 100s. Group A and B together for the first time this weekend. Just having a little look down to see. Oh, it's an engine problem. Oh, it's a seizure, is it? Is it nipped it? Oh, wow. So it's an engine seizure for Rowan Campbell Pillin. Don't see many of them, do we? So yeah, it's seized. Wow. 3 or 4 laps in as well. So that's what put paid to young Rowan's grand final. The benefactor being Tom Snape, who goes on to claim his first win at his first attempt this season. So DRS 100s then. Front row, Charlie Ratford and Connor Scarisbrick. Row number 2. It's an all-female row number 2. Danielle Sutton and Sherry-Ann Powell. Maximilian Reid and Henry Foote on row 3. Jack Robinson and Cassidy Southall on row 4. Freddie Farrell and Bryn Calder on row 5. I could make an argument for all of them to win this race. This could be a real grand finale here. Last race of the day then. DRS 100s. 12 minutes plus a lap to sort themselves into some sort of order and crown a winner of round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Shenington. And what a round 1 it's been. What a platform, what a host they've been here for us at Shenington. A fitting venue. Ooh, a little problem for Bryn Calder. Oh, he's got going, that's all right. Little heart in mouth moment for Bryn. But he's off and running and will rejoin. He'll just shuffle his way back into the correct grid slot for him. So they'll get another formation lap. And then we've got 12 minutes of the action here. Go around again. So Ratford and Scarisbrick. So Ratford, who's won both of his races. Now, interesting to remember, Group B was faster, significantly faster than Group A this morning in the time qualifying. That may not equate to speed now, but they were. So the likes of Scarisbrick and Sherry-Ann Powell, they were very quick this morning. Ratford, well, he sort of pinched the first heat, didn't he? The second heat, he was a lot further out front as everybody else fell over each other. This could be really interesting, really difficult to predict this. Who's your money on after 12 minutes of a DRS 100 grand final at Shenington? Round 1, who's going to run away with the most points this weekend, give themselves an early start in this year's championship? Fairly, oh, that's not going to happen, is it? They're not going to go here. Round again. So Scarisbrick and obviously Sherry-Ann Powell just following suit, but Scarisbrick was way, way ahead of Ratford. So a little bit of game playing. Let's have it right. Let's understand what they're playing at here. That's a little bit of game playing, a little bit of sandbagging from Charlie Ratford. It's, oh, are you going to go? Well, if you're going to go, I'm just going to sit here and we'll just see what happens, because it'll be a false start and then you'll look daft. And these things go through drivers' minds. Don't worry about that for a minute. There'll be a little bit of gamesmanship here. Certainly, you could see that Scarisbrick was very keen to get the jump, if you like, because if you can stick it round the outside of Pitts Bend, you have got the inside line for Cafe Corner. It's a fairly brave move for the opening corner of the first round of the championship, but it's high reward should you be able to make it stick. Right then, they look a little bit better this time. Scarisbrick's still just slightly ahead, isn't he? They come side by side now, come to the line, fairly well formed. Will they go now? They will go now, and we're into the first corner. Ratford has held on to the lead. He goes into the first corner first, and Daniela Sutton has tucked up in behind him. Sherry-Ann Powell, I think, is... Oof, I'm just waiting for a little bit of contact between Foote and Sherry-Ann Powell. It didn't happen, and they've all managed to get through okay. Now then, they stream through Stratford Corner. Brave from Sherry-Ann Powell, right around the outside of Henry Foote as they went through the left-hander of Pitts Bend. So she's in 4th place. It looks like Scarisbrick is 3rd, so the inside row certainly got the better of the starts, didn't they? He's just allowing for Ratford just to edge away now. Charlie Ratford will be very well aware that if he can put together 3 or 4 fantastic opening laps here, he could be away, he could be gone as the rest of them all squall behind him. Connor Scarisbrick will be desperate to get past Daniela Sutton, desperate to have a go at Charlie Bradford. He's going to have a go, isn't he? Into the hairpin. He's having a go. Now, will Sherry-Ann Powell try and follow suit on Daniela Sutton? No, as they go through the chicane once more. So now Scarisbrick will try and get after the race leader, Charlie Bradford. It looks like Sherry-Ann Powell's going to have to try and find a way past very quickly Daniela Sutton if she wants a go at the front two as well. We know that some of these come on very late. We know that Sherry-Ann Powell is a great finisher of races. We know that likes of Bryn Calder's the same. We know that Ratford can lead, but he's already lost some of that advantage to Scarisbrick, who is looking very, very menacing indeed. And already Charlie Ratford has got very defensive here. That is not going to work for 10 minutes around this circuit. It is not going to work at all, and it has not worked. I really don't understand the rationale of going that defensive that early in a grand final. If you're going to lose the lead now, just tuck it behind in second place and go and get after the rest of them. Really strange from Charlie Ratford. He has recovered the lead, but if he's going to spend the majority of the afternoon doing that, it's so brave, and it is going to mean that they are absolutely going to pile up behind him. He's going to have 10, 12 karts all in a row trying to find a way through. He's gone defensive again through the Stratford corner, and now it's Daniela Sutton. So if somebody like Sutton forces a way through here and then he goes on the defensive again, there'll be a way. So there is a way to think through this if you are behind Charlie Ratford at the moment. You've got to be careful being aggressive, of course you have. But you've got to be firm in some of your overtaking manoeuvres. And if you can do it without Ratford finding a way past, I'm actually sure that Charlie Ratford's got the absolute outright pace to go and win this race. I think he's then having to think that he's going to have to manage the race, which is absolutely fine, but it's just an awful long time to drive with that style around this circuit. The spinner on the way through Stratford this time. Again behind him, it's Ratford, Sutton and Scarisbrick. And if he can defend for 12, 15 minutes, I'll take the hat off to him. Ever seen it in a lot of years. Holder up to 6th place, and Maximilian Reid down to 7th, and Cassidy Southall is 8th. Jack Robinson is in 9th. Archie Potter is 10th, and Freddie Farrell is 11th. So Ratford, Sutton, Scarisbrick, Powell, Foot, Calder, top 6, top 4 are absolutely together. A long way to go here. We're nowhere near half distance. Up towards the Hanger corner. Does she have a look? Daniela Sutton, no, decides against it. Then they'll run down towards start finish once more. They turn left and left and left and left. And then left again through Park Bend. Just keep an eye on Henry Foot as well. He's 5th, but he could come into contact with these very, very quickly, as could Bryn Calder, as they stream down towards the hairpin, up the runway straight to Bruno Chicane, which is where they are now. Who blinks first here? The danger is if Scarisbrick has to get past Sutton, losing a little bit of time. I think if Sutton wants to win the race, I think she forces the issue here. I think the longer she sits there, the more likely is she to get picked off by Scarisbrick. And I think she's got the pace. So I think Daniela Sutton has to force the issue. I think she needs to hit the front. She can hit the front and then work it out. That would be my stance here. I think there's too many drivers that are too keen behind her to find a way through. And if she doesn't hit the front, she's going to get punished. And she was very close to getting punished then by Connor Scarisbrick, who nipped up the inside. He might lose that 3rd place. He has done because he didn't make the move stick. But that's the sort of thing we're talking about here. Because She hasn't forced the issue with Ratford yet. She's just sitting there behind. She became a bit of a sitting duck for Scarisbrick. Now, he didn't make the move stick, so that's okay. She got away with that one. I think she's got to force the issue, because if she doesn't, I'm pretty sure that Sherry-Ann Powell will, when she gets the opportunity in behind Ratford. To get the opportunity, she needs to get past Daniela Sutton. And I think she'll have a go. I think she'll have a go quickly as well and give herself 5 minutes to go and try and win this race. So Ratford, Sutton, Powell. Into the Bruno chicane once more. And Ratford's maybe got half a kart length over Daniela Sutton, and that's the risk here. Either make a move or get out the way for others to do it. That's going to be the philosophy. I'll tell you what, Daniela Sutton's got unbelievable top-end speed. So when she gets to the top of that straight, when she gets to the top end where the Wilkins corner is, she's tucked right up behind the race leader every single time. So she might have lost half a kart length through the Bruno chicane, but by the time they get to the top of the hanger straight, she has reeled him in. So she will be right in the braking zone. She goes for it down the inside. So she's going to try and force the issue here. Ratford moves to try and get her on the undercut on the way out, but he hasn't done it. And here then is Daniela Sutton. It's almost like she could hear me. She has forced the issue here. And Daniela Sutton now leads this race. She's now in the box seat. Ratford to the inside. Won't make it stick this time. And they all concertina up behind. And look at the queue of them in behind. Do not change the channel. 4 minutes here, and Ratford waves to Sherry-Ann Powell. You are wasting your time, Charlie, waving to Sherry-Ann Powell, because why would she sit behind you if she thinks she's got more pace? And she has got more pace. Here she comes down the inside of Daniela Sutton, and the race leader is Sherry-Ann Powell. Up the hill she comes for the first time. 4 minutes to go. And that is a masterclass in forcing the issue from Sherry-Ann Powell. She sat there patiently, and all of a sudden she said, no, I'm not going to wait here. I'm not going to risk being picked off by the drivers in behind. I will hit the front, and I will work on it from there. Sherry-Ann Powell leads. Now then, has she got the pace to drive away? She needs 3 or 4 really good corners. She's got half a kart length here. That half a kart length is gold. Absolute gold. Don't defend in there, Sherry. You don't need to. Go forwards. Here's a chance because Scarisbrick goes down the inside. Here's the move from, this is the initial move from Daniela Sutton on Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford's going backwards, by the way. And you know what? I didn't think he had the pace. I think he's racecrafted his way into a decent position, but I don't think he had the pace to win these races. Really don't. It's sort of proving that way now, isn't it? There's the move from Sherry-Ann Powell to take the lead. So then, we have a 6-kart battle for the lead with 3 minutes to go. Sherry-Ann Powell leads. Connor Scarisbrick is in second place. They head down to the hairpin once more. Third is Daniela Sutton. Bryn Calder, don't rule him out, by the way. Bryn Calder is fourth. Charlie Ratford is fifth. Maximiliano Reid is sixth. And Robinson close to this battle as well in seventh. He could get some improvement. This is going to be tight, isn't it? This is going to be tight. Hold on to your seats, everybody. 6 karts in a battle with just over 2 minutes to go. Now then, half a kart length. We are dealing in half a kart length here, aren't we? We are dealing in such small details. Oh, a little bit wide from Sherry-Ann. She made a mistake in Cafe Corner, and Scarisbrick is going to tuck right up under the rear bumper now. Will he have a look into the hairpin? He goes to the inside, and Sherry-Ann cuts him off. Oh, it's a mistake from Daniela Sutton, ran really wide on the way in there. She's lost the place to Bryn Calder. Is Bryn Calder now favourite for this race? Another little mistake from Sherry-Ann. She gets a little bit wide, a little bit ragged through the chicane. Couple of little errors from Sherry-Ann. A little bit of pressure from Scarisbrick. She's holding on at the moment. She's just about doing enough. Watch Bryn Calder. He's just cruising, isn't he? He's like a racehorse that they haven't asked to drive yet, and everybody else is pushing, and Bryn Calder's just edging up towards everybody, just cruising up towards them, and saying, I'm still in this as well, don't forget me. And Charlie Ratford What a little recovery it would be from Charlie Ratford if he could find a way to come back and win this race. At the moment, the driver in the box seat is Sherry-Ann Powell. She forced her way into the lead 4 or 5 laps ago. She's out front here. Scarisbrick in second place. Sherry-Ann Powell looking for, I think, would be a maiden DRS victory in the DRS 100 Grand Final at Shenington, the first round of the championship. We're going to have 2 laps to go here. Oh, it might be 2 laps next time as Ratford hits third. Ratford up past Brincolder. That might cost them both a chance to win this race, by the way, if they scrap over that. Robinson up to 5th. Great work from Jack Robinson on his DRS 100 debut as well. So then, what have we got left? We're a little bit wide. I'm saying a little bit wide. It's almost like that's the line that Sherry-Ann prefers through the Bruno chicane. She's going to start to get a little bit narrow, isn't she? And now it's understandable, because I think this will be the last lap. They're not going to cross the line, are they? This will be the last lap. 1 to go then for Sherry-Ann Powell. Scarisbrick is second. Where will the move come? I know the move will come somewhere, but where? Will it be the hairpin? Down they go. She might not have to defend here. She might have half a car length's advantage. She looks on her right shoulder. He's gone to the outside, Scarisbrick. This is going to come down to 1 corner for Sherry-Ann Powell. She's got enough of an advantage to take the racing line through the chicane, which is what she does. Ratford is there as well. There's 3 of them absolutely together as they come up the hill to the hanger corner. 1 corner to go, Sherry-Ann. How good she defends. Here she goes then, into the corner. She does defend. It's going to be Sherry-Ann Powell. She exits the final corner on the final lap. And Sherry-Ann Powell has won the grand final for the DRS 100s. Connor Scarisbrick at excellent second place. 3rd for Charlie Ratford. 4th for Bryn Calder. Jack Robinson a super 5th place. Sherry-Ann Powell. What a drive. What a drive. And we talked through it, didn't we, how the likes of Daniela Sutton had to force the issue. Well, Sherry-Ann did force the issue, and she went on to record her first Daniel Ricciardo Series win and cap a wonderful round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Shenington. Brilliant stuff from these young drivers. The rest of them go through. There are your classified results, subject to any post-race scrutineers or official checks. Wow, what a race. What a weekend. What a start to the Daniel Ricciardo Series in 2023. We will be back very shortly with a trophy presentation, and we'll see you then. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the trophy presentation for round one of the 2023 Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Shenington. We'll start with the DRS 125 class, and our best rookie in the DRS 125s goes to number 310, Max Papworth. And our top three there in the DRS 125. Third place then for number 6, Carl Watt. Second place, and a great drive from 15th on the grid, number 332, Freddie Cox. And today's winner, an opener's account for the 2023 season, number 3, Tom Snape. Hold on. Put your hands together for our DRS 125 top 3 and best rookie. On to our DRS 100 class. We'll start with the B final winner. The winner of that B final was number 166, Dorian Malek. And the top rookie in the DRS 100 Grand Final was in 10th overall, number 135, Jacob Milkarski. Our DRS 100 top 3, one of the best races we've seen here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Third place then for number 3, Charlie Ratford. In second place, number 168, Connor Scarisbrick. And today's race winner, number 147, a super drive from Sherry Ann Powell. The DRS 100 top 3, everyone. On to our DRS 62s, and we start with the Academy class in third place. 6th overall for the DRA plate, Carter Inskip Clarkson. Second place, 5th overall for the 139 of Ruben Jenkins. And today's DRS 62 Academy winner, 4th place overall for 132, Neo Luzu. Our DRS Academy top 3, everyone. On to our DRS 62 Superclass in third place, number 55, Lucas Eze. Second place, and in a great battle as well with the winner, number 9, Ashton Redpath. And today's winner, picking up where he left off last season, number 1, Oscar Walsh. Ladies and gentlemen, the DRS 62 Grand Final, top three. And that's everything from us all here at round one of the 2023 Daniel Ricciardo Series at Shenington. We'll do it all again in just a few weeks' time at round two in Landau. We'll see you then. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Oh, there's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling.